Story 1. Ada, for giving my work Secret Santa a handmade gift that will ultimately be for her daughter. Original post, December 14th, 2024. Hi everyone, I posted this in a different community but it got removed. Here is a recap. So I, 20s F, am taking my part in my workplace Secret Santa where I am gifting to Jennifer, 30s F. Jennifer is in my team, we are friendly, chat regularly, and have lunch together most days. For the past month or so she has been complaining how she cannot get a specific toy for her daughter as it sells out in shops too quickly, and when she looks online they are being sold for outrageous prices on eBay. When our Secret Santa was announced we were told that we can get anything, but there is a 10 limit. When I drew Jennifer's name I thought that a good gift would be to crochet her daughter something similar to the toy that she wants to get her daughter. I bought the pattern and yarn and started working away to create this gift. The pattern was 5 and the yarn came to about 15, but as I would not use all of the yarn for this project, I decided to just consider this gift as being worth 5. The other 5 I've spent on a small candle and some chocolate. I was catching up with a friend last night and told her about what I was doing as a gift. She pulled a face and said that I was being an AH, as I should have spent the entire amount of money solely on Jennifer, as it was meant to be her gift. She also said that as a mother, she probably won't get much thought for her, as all the attention will be on her daughter, and that I should get her something better than a shitty candle and chocolate. She also said that a crochet version of the toy is not the same as the actual thing, and probably wouldn't be wanted anyway. I feel guilty now that I thought of her daughter over Jennifer, and if this is common that the mothers get overlooked, maybe I should scrap the toy idea and find something solely for Jennifer. I genuinely thought the toy would be a good gift to relieve a bit of Jennifer's stress at not finding the actual toy she wanted, but I may be wrong. Ada, for giving my work Secret Santa a handmade gift that will ultimately be for her daughter. Small update with added details. After my initial post that was removed, I received some great comments suggesting that I spend the allotted amount on Jennifer. This is what I have decided to do. I have kept the candle and chocolate for myself. It was a gingerbread-scented candle and a bar of dairy milk, and have ordered a plant terrarium for Jennifer. She has often mentioned how she wants to get back into her plants, but has neglected them since having her daughter. Jennifer's daughter, Olivia, has just turned 2 last month, and the toy that Jennifer has been searching for was a talking Miss Rachel doll, because Olivia absolutely loves Miss Rachel. I am still going to give Jennifer the crocheted Miss Rachel doll and say it is a Christmas gift from me to Olivia. I have often mentioned how I crochet stuffies for my niece's nephew and some friends' children, so I hope she will like it. The gift exchange is next Wednesday. As for my friend who called me an AH to begin with, she is single and child-free, which is why I wanted to ask others for their opinions. I have spoken to my friends and sister who are mothers. My own mother unfortunately passed a few years ago, whether it was a good gift, and I got mixed opinions from them. Some said that they would love to have a gift like that, and others said my friend had a point, but they would still love the gift regardless. I think most of them just didn't want to hurt my feelings. Anyway, thank you to everyone who had commented on the original post. I hope you see this and know that I truly appreciate everyone giving me feedback and advice. I will update after the gift exchange to let everyone know how it went. Ada has no consensus bot. OOP was NTR. Top comments. Commenter 1, NTA. That's a weird thought for your friend to have for a gift that is so thoughtful. It's pretty clear she's not a parent and has no idea how parents think. Proceed with your plan. Commenter 2, your NTA either way, but I do love the terrarium idea along with the doll you made. Moms sometimes do get forgotten, and it was very thoughtful of you to do this. Commenter 3, NTA as a parent. I'd be happy to receive a gift that would actually benefit my child. The fact the lady has been saying she can't find the toy she's looking for, and you have gone to the trouble of finding similar that you can make is so thoughtful that would make me even happier to receive it. Commenter 4, NTA. This is above and beyond. Update, December 24th, 2024, 10 days later. Hi all, just wanted to provide a quick update on my previous post. So the Secret Santa exchange was last week, and I gave Jennifer her terrarium, which she loved. I received a book about cat breeds. It just listed the different breeds and added cartoon pictures of them. Not sure what my Secret Santa was thinking, but at least it wasn't a shitty candle. I decided to wait to give Jennifer the crochet doll until today, as it was our last day together, and we would be the only people in the office. Jennifer was so happy with the doll that she did actually cry a little when she saw it. She still has not managed to find a talking Miss Rachel doll yet, so she was feeling very guilty that Olivia would be missing out. Jennifer couldn't stop thanking me and told me that she knows Olivia is going to love the doll too, most likely will never put it down. I didn't tell her about how I was going to give the doll to her as part of her Secret Santa. Instead, I told Jennifer that I had stumbled upon a pattern that I wanted to try out, and that because she has been having trouble finding a toy, that this could be used as a placeholder until she could get the one she wanted. Jennifer just kept hugging me and saying thank you. She also bought me lunch and a Starbucks. It has been a pretty great day. It made me feel very happy knowing that my gift is appreciated and that I made a lovely lady happy. So it is a nice, happy update. Hope everyone has a very Merry Christmas. Additional comment from OOP. Thank you everyone for your lovely comments and Merry Christmas. It is currently Christmas morning for me. Here is a link for my crochet doll of Miss Rachel. Hope you all have a wonderful day with friends, family, and loved ones. I'm glad my post made so many of you happy. Top comments. Commenter 1. Merry Christmas to you as well. That little girl will be so freaking happy tomorrow, today. Depends where you live. Commenter 2. Aw, this makes me really happy. OP, you have the biggest heart and I hope you all have a wonderful Christmas. That said, I think it's time for me to get off Reddit because I just found the post that made me smile. Merry Christmas, everyone! Happy holidays! Commenter 3. Read this multiple times now because each time it makes me happy. FYI, I would have also loved the doll as a Secret Santa gift as it was something you truly thought about and would have reduced my Christmas stress a little. You are a lovely person. Story 2. 2 years ago, I bought 5 Australian classic cars cheap for sale from the widow of a deceased backyard collector. The widow has died, and now the grandson has threatened to sue as he wanted the cars. Grandson is a lawyer. Original post December 15, 2018. I'm close friends with a co-worker, and we've helped his mother in her 80s with house maintenance. His mother's neighbor, I'll call her Elaine, was in her 90s in 2016 when Elaine's husband, who was in a home, died. While doing maintenance on my co-worker's mother's house, I drove there in my 1975 Falcon, and Elaine came out to ask me to have a look at some cars I might like that had belonged to her husband. I won't go into detail except 3 were in good drivable condition and worth a decent figure, and 2 more were ruined but good parts cars. At the time I couldn't afford anywhere near what they were genuinely worth. 2 are at least in the top 5 desirable Australian classics. I told her what they could fetch on the open market, but she was happy to take $5,000 for all 5 cars, well under their value. She wanted to make sure they went to someone who would appreciate them, and I paid for and collected them a week later, and I still have the 3 good ones, 2 now on historic registration and the other in storage. Elaine passed away in the middle of this year, and her grandson is on the warpath over the cars. He's found my contact details and phoned me several times threatening to sue for effectively stealing the cars from his grandmother and has turned up at my front door once demanding the return of the cars. I have not been served or received anything in writing from him in a legal sense, only his business card, which sounds dodgy. I verified he's an actual lawyer, as he claims through a website of his employer, which lists him with photo as specializing in commercial and insurance law just like his business card. I'd have expected if there was a real legal issue with the ownership of the cars, it would be in relation to the grandmother's estate proceedings, and I'd be contacted by mail by someone acting as executor, not via phone calls and doorstop visits by one angry, smug bastard acting like it's happening between me and him alone. Since I'm not a lawyer and my presumptions could be completely out, I'm posting here. If need be, I could now afford the market price of all the cars. Is the grandson likely to have a case, and should I find a lawyer of my own? Relevant comment. RCNAL. But if Elaine's husband left them to her in his will, she was free to do with them as she pleased. Ergo, the grandson has no claim. He'd be banking on your uncertainty of that to strong-arm you into cutting a deal. Don't ignore any official summons or claims, but you can safely tell him to sod off over the phone. If you want to get really petty, you could contact his law firm and complain about him. But as long as he wasn't intimating that his employer was in any way involved, it's none of their business, so they could tell you cool, so what? OP. Thanks. Banking on my uncertainty is a good way to describe the vibe I'm getting from him. He's not exactly throwing his law firm's name around, but it is on the business card he gave me. OP on what the cars are. I feel more comfortable describing them now after reading the responses here. One registered is an XY GT replica in nice shape built from a Fairmont. The other registered is an XB Fairmont Coupe in excellent original condition. And the third I'm still working on getting back on the road is an XA sedan Falcon 506. The last two were wrecks and have already been parted out and the good bits kept. A spare XA sedan and an XW that looks like it had spent 30 years as yard art. The XW collapsed at the torque boxes and plenum while being trailered and nearly came off in two pieces, but worth it for the glass and trim alone. Update on the lawyer grandson threatening legal action over cars I bought from his grandmother. He's a real lawyer, but he lied about being her grandson. December 28, 2018, 13 days later, from my original post a couple of weeks ago. I spoke with my coworker about the issue, and he talked with his mother, who clued me into her neighbor, Elaine from my previous post, not having any grandsons. My coworker's mother is still in contact with Elaine's son and daughter, as they own and still work on Elaine's old house next door. She put them in contact with me. They wanted to know who it was who was actually threatening what about the cars, as Elaine has no grandsons, and we spoke. They identified the lawyer grandson as an old ex. He was once a partner of but not married to one of Elaine's granddaughters for a few years. He's also known to be in a lot of debt, which might explain desperate hunting for valuable items. Elaine's son and daughter reiterated that their dad had left instructions to Elaine for the cars to go to someone who'd cherish them, and they were happy they did, and glad to hear from me that they're still being looked after together. I haven't contacted the faux grandson's law firm yet. I have a lot of evidence of his misrepresentations to me, and after Googling NSW law, I'm not 100% sure of the legality of all of it, especially about sharing my home security and dashcam recordings directly to the other firm, or even speaking directly to them. I'll go through my own legal representation there as a filter on what I need to give them to make sure they know of his behavior linked to their firm. Small update. Fake grandson came around twice more. I now have multiple records of him visiting my residence, threats via text, and many phone calls to me after I asked him to not contact me again except in writing. Complaints have been made through my lawyer to his firm and relevant regulatory bodies. I informed him of the complaints on Thursday and reiterated not to contact me again, and I haven't heard a peep from him since. Last update. Fake grandson had already been dismissed from the firm before my lawyer and I complained, and he already has complaints against him for other reasons. Story 3. My ex-best friend attempted to take her life. Original, July 8, 2023. My ex-best friend attempted to take her life, and I don't care. I haven't reached out. She slept with my boyfriend behind my back. We're both 20F, and we've been friends since reception. 4, 5 years old, UK thing. She was my sister, my rock. We stood by each other through everything. When my parents divorced, she was there to offer a shoulder for me to cry on. When her grandmother died, I was there keeping her afloat throughout high school. I'd been dating my boyfriend, 21M, for about 3 years. We started dating in sixth form, a version of UK college, and he was my first serious relationship. I introduced him to my family. He was many of my firsts. He was sweet, a little awkward being a gamer guy, but he treated me to date nights and always made me feel special. Maybe this is me being young and dumb, but I thought I'd marry this guy someday. This was something I told my best friend. Well, about a month ago, while my boyfriend was in the shower, I saw a text notification pop up on his phone. We look at each other's notifications all the time, so I grabbed his phone to see it. It was from her, asking if they were still on for tonight and if she should wear his favorite dress. He told me he was hanging out with friends and going drinking. Him going drinking with friends wasn't unusual, so I never thought anything of it, but in hindsight, I wonder how much of him going out was with friends and how much of it was going out with her. I saved screenshots of their conversations. I sent them to myself. I show him the messages when he came out of the bathroom and demanded he explained himself about them. I couldn't contain how upset and angry and hurt I was. An argument ensued where I told him he was disgusting and I left his place. Shortly after arriving home, I started getting bombarded with calls and texts from my best friend. I answered none of her calls. I couldn't stomach hearing her voice, but her texts ranged from, "She never meant to hurt me. My boyfriend hit on her first. It didn't mean anything." Then it got angry, saying I should hear her out. If I was a real friend, I would take her calls. I'm being petty and childish for not listening to her side. Then back to sad, saying I was her closest friend in the world, and she didn't want to lose me. My boyfriend was strangely quiet during this time. After a few days, I got myself together enough to send them both messages. Maybe it was cowardly, but I didn't have the strength to call them. I told my now ex-boyfriend that we were done, and I won't give cheaters any chances with me. He responded by trying to call me, but after the third or fourth attempt, he gave up. He sent me a final message saying it wasn't that big of a deal, that they'd just fooled around, but agreeing he didn't want to date me anymore. My ex-best friend was more persistent after I told her I wanted nothing to do with her. Day after day I'd get messages and calls from her, demanding to talk, demanding we resolve this, demanding I not say anything to anyone, saying she stopped seeing him, saying she'll kill herself if I don't talk to her. Really fucked up shit. I ended up confiding to a mutual friend about what was going on because I was seriously beginning to wonder if I was being a bitch. This friend reassured me that my feelings were justified, however. I wasn't expecting this friend to spread around what happened. The gossip spread like wildfire, and a few days ago my ex-best friend tried to take her life. I said nothing. I haven't visited her in the hospital. I haven't sent any messages to her family. Now her older sister keeps messaging me, telling me I'm a heartless bitch for leaving her at her lowest. For not trying to prevent this and that, everyone makes mistakes, and that her sister didn't intentionally hurt me. Maybe it does make me a heartless bitch, but I don't care. I'm relieved she survived, but I'll never forgive her. I'll never forgive her betrayal. She destroyed our friendship when she slept with my boyfriend. Relevant comment? OOP needs to move forward in a healthy way without being bitter about her ex and the best friend. OOP, thank you. I know, I don't think I'm over what they did to me. 3-year relationship and a 16-year friendship down the drain. I'll look into therapy, but between schoolwork and a part-time job, it might be difficult. It's stupid because I wasn't feeling guilty she had attempted to take her life. But after what her sister said, I was starting to feel guilty. For not feeling guilty? If that makes sense? It was really getting to me, so I had to tell someone. I'm glad she survived, but I'm not looking forward to the next few days. I've already gotten messages from her cousin today. Commenter 1. Good. Don't contact her or her family. That's done for. You're not responsible for her mental health. And make better friends, not gossiping ones like the one who told everyone. Just cut them off. And if your family tries to pressure you to be friends with her, warn them that you're not above going LC with them. Edit. Block them all as well. P. Unfortunately, I don't think the friend I told had intended for it to get so bad. She really helped me understand that I wasn't being an awful person for not giving my ex-BFF a second chance. She cheered me up and made me feel better, but she told the rest of our friend group, and after that it was like Pandora's box. I've blocked my ex and my ex-BFF. I've blocked her sister as well, and it's looking like I'll need to block one of her cousins. This makes me a little sad. I was always so close with her cousins. My dad agrees with me 100% and told me I was doing the right thing. When I told my mom, I could tell she was disappointed and tried suggesting I talk to my ex-BFF, but I shut that down real quick and she backed off. Update #1. August 14th, 2023, 1 month later. Update: my ex-best friend attempted to take her life. Hey again. It's been a while. First, I want to thank everyone for all of their comments and support. In hindsight, I know now I wasn't being a bitch, but in the moment when I was being bombarded by texts and calls from her family, it's hard not to let those thoughts mess with your head. I didn't know if I was going to post an update, but some things have happened, so this might get a little long. Sorry. Giving fake names, ex-BFF is Nikki. Her older sister is Tammy. Ex-BF is Josh. I'll name anyone relevant as I go. So I mentioned in a comment that my mom wanted to speak to me later that day. I had a few replies warning me that she would try to pressure me into forgiving Nikki, and they were right. She came over to my dad's that evening and wanted a conversation in private. She asked if I'd spoken to Nikki yet. I said no. She asked if I was going to. I said no. I was trying to be as firm as possible because I knew what she was about to do. She asked, "Don't you think you should?" My response was, "No, I don't see why I should. I sent her a final message almost a month ago." This is where things began to really go south in the conversation. "Mum, love, she's in the hospital right now. She needs all the support she can get. You're meant to be her friend." I didn't even know about her condition until her mother called me. Me. Really? I'm meant to be her friend after she slept with Josh behind my back? I didn't say anything about her because I didn't want to talk about her. Mum, are you really going to onto a silly grudge? I understand she hurt you, but she's hurting so much more right now, love. Me. She's hurting? Mum, yes, you both are. I raised you to be a kind, forgiving person. Why can't you forgive her? Me. What? Like how Dad should have forgiven you? This wasn't my finest moment. I didn't bring it up before because it wasn't relevant, but the reason why my parents divorced was due to infidelity on Mum's end. And it wasn't only a one-time thing, not that it matters even if it had been, but my mum always believed Dad should have just forgiven her. I admit this was a low blow from me, and the conversation spiraled into an argument from there with both of us saying some not-so-kind things to each other. Eventually, I decided the conversation was over, because we were just going around in circles and heading into yelling territory. So I told her to leave, and I'll try talking to her again when we've both calmed down. When she was leaving, she said this, "I hope you're not as cruel as your father. I'm typically not an angry person, but this infuriated and hurt me. I lived 50 between my parents. They both made sure I had everything I could need or want, but she felt her situation and struggles were undeserved. Dad never helped with bills or payments that didn't involve me. She expected more. Cheaters always do. I didn't say anything when she left. I just blocked her number and social media accounts and cried. She cared more about the girl who had hurt her daughter than said daughter. She realized pretty quick what had happened and came back the next day. But Dad told her I didn't want to talk to her, true, and she had to leave. It took maybe half an hour before she finally left. The new few days she kept trying to reach me through other people, but I stayed silent. The Friday after my post, I decided I felt calm enough to talk to her and unblocked her. We spoke over the phone, which wasn't as exciting as above. Basically, it was her apologizing and telling me she was wrong for trying to force me to forgive Nikki, that she'll respect my decision, but tried to suggest I think about it. I very firmly told her I was not forgiving Nikki. She just said okay. Things didn't really feel the same with us. I couldn't bring myself to be as chatty with her as I was before, and it didn't help that she kept giving me updates about Nikki. The first time she did it, she told me Nikki had been put on a 72-hour psych hold, assessed, and eventually released. I told her I didn't want any updates on Nikki's situation. I won't stop her from checking in, but I didn't want to be involved. She complained and said she thought I'd want to visit her, but I threatened to block her again if she kept pushing, and she shut up. Nothing was mentioned about Nikki for a couple of weeks before Mum again broke my boundary and brought her up, telling me about how Josh had stopped talking to her and how Nikki needed a shoulder to cry on. I again told her I didn't want to know, and this was her last chance not to bring her up, or I would cut her from my life. She complained again, but eventually promised it wouldn't happen again. Maybe I should have learned from my mistakes because I know my mother. She doesn't take no for an answer. It was really quiet for a while. My friends and I had all basically carried on from what happened, and even though I know a couple of them still occasionally talk to Nikki, they never bring her up around me or tell her, I hope, how I'm doing. I thought I could finally close this chapter on my life, but nope. Today my mother called me and asked if I wanted to get lunch. I hadn't seen her in a while, so what was the harm? I head to the Weatherspoons we planned to eat at, and who do I find sitting with my mum? Nikki and her sister Tammy. As soon as Nikki sees me, she gets up and tries to hug me, but I just raise a hand and take a step back, and this girl has the audacity to look upset. Mom immediately knows she's fucked up because she's scrambling with all of the excuses. It hurts to see you two fall apart like this. You were so close. I thought you'd forgive her by now. And my favorite, she made a mistake. She misses you. During this time, Nikki has been quiet, and I can see Tammy's glaring at me. I'm just so fucking angry and upset. I honestly didn't think she'd pull something like this. I wanted to leave and cry, but I looked at Nikki and said, for someone who's made a mistake, she sure hasn't apologized for it yet. She had this guilty look on her face and muttered something about me having her blocked and having no way to. I said, is that really all you have to say? And she just looked at me confused. I was done. I turned to leave and her sister started yelling after me, saying that I owed Nikki a second chance with all the trauma I put her through. While Nikki was begging me to just listen to her and talk to her, I told them all to fuck off and never contact me again and left. I managed to get out of there before Tammy started a fight and went home, where I sent my mom a text a while ago telling her she'd better lose my number because she no longer has a spot in my life. Then I blocked her and just cried. My dad's been doing his best to comfort me, but it just hurt so bad that my own mother did this to me. So that's where things are at right now. I'll update if anything else happens, but this whole situation really fucking sucks. Relevant comment. Commenter 1. Good on you for knowing your own morals and thoughts and not letting anyone else tell you how to think. I hope your dad supports you in this. OP. My dad has been my rock through this. He's always had my back. We've spent the last few hours having some drinks and chatting, just helped take my mind of things. My dad's to thank for that. He taught me to stand up for myself and told me being kind doesn't mean be a wet towel. Makes me sad why he had to learn that lesson. Why was OOP still in touch with her mother when she cheated on OOP's dad? P. Because she was still my mum. I was a teenager when my parents divorced, and it was my father who encouraged me to maintain a relationship with her. New update. Over a year later, I'm doing okay. Update #2. December 27th, 2024, 16 months later. Hey there, everyone. I'm the girl who made the "my ex-best friend attempted to take her life" posts. I didn't think labeling this post like that really fit. I first want to apologize for taking so long to give you an update, and to also thank you for your kind words. I've not been able to reply to many messages, and I've had a lot, but I've taken the time to read through every single one, and I appreciate every single one of you. This Christmas has been amazing. I spent it with my family, with my dad. I went out Boxing Day night with my friends to party hard and regret it harder the following day. I'm in a much better place than I was back in December 2023. That's kind of why I struggled to give you all an update, because around Christmas plus New Year's 2023, I was not in a good place. I really needed to focus on myself and work on getting myself in a better place. As of January 2024, I have been no contact with my mother. Unfortunately, I've seen her since then, and I've done my best to avoid talking to her in the 3 occasions I've had to be in the same place as her. Not out of choice, mind you, but it is what it is. During Christmas 2023, she had expected that I was spending it with her and her side of the family. Given the events at that time, this was obviously not happening, and my dad told her as much. She lost her mind. She refused to take no as an answer leading up to Christmas, to the point Dad and I left for my paternal aunt's house on Christmas Eve to spend the night there. According to a neighbor, my birth giver showed up pretty early in the morning to catch us leaving, but was irate to learn we already weren't there. Thankfully, my aunt had moved house quite recently, so my mother didn't know the new address, but we came home to parcels completely destroyed on our porch the following Boxing Day. There was even Christmas card labeled to me, but inside was a horrible letter from my mother describing me as the worst daughter on the planet. That honestly destroyed me, and I spent New Year's a mess. It's difficult cutting off your own mother. I spent half of January 2024 trying to fix things with her, but it came to a head when I realized I was the only one forced to compromise. I finally cut off contact, and it's been that way since. There's been more between then and now, but I think those are incidents I'll post on my Reddit page or in the comments of this post to prevent it from getting too long. In terms of Nikki, I've heard she's doing better. We've not spoken since my mother's lunch escapade, but she's found a job and, according to a mutual friend, found a new circle. Despite everything that she's put me through, I'm happy for her. It's almost 2 a.m. here in the UK, so if I suddenly stop responding to comments, I've fallen asleep. Story 4. I, 16F, want to disobey parents, 48M/F, for the first time. How do I, 16F, convince my parents, 48M plus F, to let me buy a 3 Deciskans? October 12, 2013. I have been wanting a Nintendo 3 Deciskans XL since launch date, and the launch of Pokemon XY today has fueled my desire for it even more. Thing is, I asked my mom, less strict parent, if she would let me buy a 3 Deciskans using my own money. She said no because she thinks it will affect my grades. I'm currently in grade 12. Grades really matter for university. But I maintain a ~95% average currently, while just coming straight home, do little to no homework, and watch movies, TV shows, hang with friends. If I cut out a little time of watching movies and play games instead during that time, I fully believe that I will be able to maintain a 95% average. I also believe that I display responsibility because I have saved up $10K through years of summer jobs. I really want the 3 Deciskans. I have been obsessed with thinking about it, and I have been thinking about it all week, researching it, watching videos about it, etc. My parents are very overprotective and care about me and my brother a lot, too much in my opinion. For example, I still have an early bedtime, my parents don't let me go out by myself, and basically give me no independence. I'm not allowed any form of electronic in my room, so it's not like I would be playing games instead of sleeping. I'm planning on asking my dad when he gets home from work, but considering he is the stricter parent, I'm not expecting good results from asking him. Plus, the thing is, I feel that what I am asking, to be able to buy a 3 Deciskans using my own hard-earned money, is very reasonable, considering I haven't asked them for anything for quite a while. I haven't bought any games or anything. The last game that I recall I got was a Nintendo DS Lite in 2007 for Christmas. My brother, younger, purchased a PS3 using his own money last year, but that is because he was in grade 8. The 3 Deciskans I'm interested in buying is a $199 limited edition Pikachu, 3 Deciskans XL from Walmart. How can I convince my parents to let me purchase the 3 Deciskans I have been dying to get forever? I am responsible and I know that my priority is school. I feel trapped by not even being able to spend my own money that I earned right now, but I will be moving out next year for university. LD Dar. I want to buy a Nintendo 3 Deciskans with my own money that I earned over working summer jobs, but parents won't let me because they think that I will be playing games all the time, which will bring down my grades. I, 16F, want to disobey parents, 48M/F, for the first time. October 22, 2013, 10 days later. Okay, long story short. My parents are the very overprotective tiger-type parents. They 100% forbid me playing video games, and I've complied with them since I was 12. I really want to get the new 3 Deciskans with Pokemon. I talked to them recently about it, and they still 100% forbid me playing games. I am an overachiever. I maintain a 95% average and will be entering university next year. I work very hard, and I have saved up $10.4 thousand from summer jobs, $4.3 thousand this year, and I really want to treat myself to something I have wanted for a long time. My parents both work all day, so I would be able to conceal the 3 Deciskans from them, and they would never know I got it. This would be the first time in my life that I ever rebelled against my parents. Should I? I can go and purchase it tomorrow if I want to, but the question is, should I? I feel like I would be betraying my parents' trust, but I have been under their control for my whole life, and I've had enough. But if I get it, and make sure they don't know about it, it won't hurt, will it? Please help. Have any of you been in this sort of situation? Edit. I also have a game that I play on my laptop that my parents don't know about. I will be bringing in $250 from that this month, so I will be using my game money that I made to purchase the 3 Deciskans. Update. I just bought it. I have 2 spares, so I just went out and bought them. I feel very mixed feelings right now. Happiness, sadness, unsureness, and rebellish. I feel like I'm on top of the world, but I understand I need to be very cautious of what I do now. My update post. TL.Adar. 16-year-old girl has very controlling, overprotective parents who forbids video games, but wants to disobey them and purchase a 3 Deciskins. Relevant comment. Deleted. Pay attention, parents. This right. Here is why you don't overprotect your kids. This young lady has her shit together. What's going to happen at 18 when she moves out and discovers all the stuff her parents haven't let her see? To answer your question, you have to decide if the punishment would be worth the crime. What happens if they do find out? OP. Yup, that's what I've been wondering too. I've never really done anything before in my life to betray them. I've been a really good kid doing what they want for my whole life. They would probably either smash it, confiscate it, throw it out, smash it. And on top of that, take away all my privileges. Having a job, staying after school for clubs, having a laptop. Deleted. Your parents don't have access to your bank account, do they? If they feel you are starting to rebel, they could empty your account in the belief that starving you off funds would disable your behavior. Make sure you are the only one with access. You've worked hard for it. Asterisk, asterisk, OOP, asterisk, asterisk, of course, thanks. My parents wouldn't go that far, I think. Gimme puppies. A. She's commented before she has scars from them hitting her. Sure, it's producing results, but there are costs involved, and I know teen academic superstar is a dubious reward if said teen starts to break from having her face shoved against the grindstone with no break. OP. Yep, I'm ashamed to admit that I do have scars. One really defining moment was when I was really young, around 7 or 8. I was doing my math homework, but I couldn't seem to get it. My parents would hit me with a wooden stick. Now, they don't do that. They slap me across the face, make me kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Update, October 23, 2013. Okay, first I want to thank you all for your support and wonderful advice. I've went ahead and bought it. I literally just bought it 10 minutes ago. I haven't touched it yet, and won't until maybe even a few days from now, when I am 100% sure I will not be caught or seen doing it. I paid $270 cash for the 3 Deciskins XL and a Pokemon X game, and I feel on top of the world. My parents 100% forbid video games in my house, but I have been wanting one forever, and this is the first time I have defied them in my life. I am feeling a mixture between happiness for doing something I've wanted for quite a long time, sadness for betraying my parents, which I never do, and a feeling I've never felt before. Rebellish. I fully understand the consequences of my situation with my parents, so I will be taking all precautions, and extra to hide my little secret. I have a perfect hiding spot for it, and I have decided I will study even more than I usually do, and help lots extra with chores to make up for betraying my parents. I will resist the temptation to play it whenever I want, and will only play it for 30 minutes to 1 hour before I sleep. When they think I'm already sleeping, I would like to say, thank you all again for your support. This is an awesome community. Please comment and let me know what you think. I also would love more advice as to how I should proceed with my situation. Thank you all so much. Alpadar. I bought the 3 Deciskins and game I've wanted. D. Update #2. January 28, 2014, 3 months later. It has been almost exactly 100 days since I made the big decision of disobeying my parents, and I just wanted to make an update on how my betrayal to my parents has turned out. I had disobeyed my very overprotective and controlling parents by buying the 3 Deciskins I desperately wanted to treat myself to with my own money. They absolutely forbid me from playing video games, especially since I am leaving for university this year. I am not a bad child, in my opinion. I had a 95% average prior to buying the 3 Deciskins, and I still maintain that 95% in my final year of high school. But I had had enough of being controlled by my parents and being told what I am able to buy and what I am not able to buy with my own money by my parents. A little background to my parents. They are the typical tiger parents. They do not allow me to hang out with my friends for fun unless it is to study or for projects. They do not allow me to play video games of any sort. They control my daily schedule, choose what I will be doing when I get home from school, piano, studying, extra homework they make for me, etc. I love my parents with all my heart and understand they do it all for my benefit. But I finally decided that I should start making my own decisions. So I bought the 3 deciskans without their knowing and have hidden it from their knowledge for the past 100 days. I have been very cautious of hiding it and playing it because I know that the moment they find out, they will smash it and punish me by taking away all the little privileges I have right now, and most importantly, be very disappointed in me, their oldest daughter. But the first time I have disobeyed my parents, since they haven't found out about my little secret yet, there have been no repercussions whatsoever, and I have been delighted to have the games that I can enjoy on my free time without it affecting my schoolwork or grades. I would like to thank you all on this subreddit who have given me advice and support to push me to buy the 3 deciskans. It has been a great positive change in my life to finally start making decisions for myself and realize that disobeying my parents doesn't mean the end of the world if I hide it from them. Toldat, 100 days after I disobeyed my controlling, overprotective parents by purchasing the 3 deciskans I wanted with my own money, which is against their wishes, I am feeling better than ever. It was a great decision, and I do not regret it at all. Even if I ever do get caught, it has been a step in my life that I just took to stop listening and doing everything my parents say. Relevant. Comment? Bannock 22. Good for you for disobeying your parents and wanting to live your own life. I hope this trend continues when you leave home. Have some fun, go to parties, find out what hobbies you want to pursue apart from your parents' wishes. Seriously though, do not stay at home for university. For real. OOP. Definitely not staying at home. I wouldn't be able to bear another 4 more years at home as an adult in my controlling household. Thanks. Story 5. I, 26F, have been giving gifts to my boyfriend, 29M's family at many celebrations without anything in return. Do I continue? My 26F boyfriend, 29M, and I have been together for 2 years. His family is very big on hosting and throwing celebrations, whereas my family tends to only do large holidays together, which will be mostly centered around food, as opposed to gifts. In the past year or so, I've been invited to his sister, 28F, his birthday, his sister's baby shower, his mom, 60-something Fee's birthday, his sister's kid's birthday, 2F, his sister's housewarming, his family's Christmas, and a couple other MISC celebrations. Every time I bring a gift, it's to the point where I've been spending more money on gifts for his family than my own parents and siblings. However, I've never gotten a gift from his family. It's not really their fault, intentional, as we will tend to do our own celebration for my birthday, so there's not really been an opportunity for his family to give me gifts other than Christmas. But the one-sided gift-giving is starting to get to me. I've considered that maybe there isn't an expectation for me to bring a gift, but for most of these celebrations I'm invited to, it would be very odd not to bring one, for example, baby shower, birthdays. I've considered doing joint gifts with my boyfriend, but his mom also pointedly asked one time, "Is that the one from my name?" without me mentioning that I had even brought a gift, which made it seem like it was a given that I should have brought one. To be clear, I don't need any gifts from anyone in his family. I work a decently paying job, despite being in a HCOL city, and my boyfriend and I are both more financially comfortable for our age than his family. However, the sheer number of celebrations I'm being invited to with an unspoken obligation for gifts is starting to build up, especially because it feels a little like the relationship is one-sided, as I've never received anything in return. With Christmas coming up, I wonder if I should continue bringing gifts or use this as an opportunity to work with my boyfriend and change our operating model. Or do I just bring something that's cheaper, like some baked goods, chocolates / TLDR. I have gifted my boyfriend's family, his sister, his mom, his sister's kid, gifts on approximately 10 occasions this year, but haven't received anything in return. With Christmas coming up, do I use this as an opportunity to discuss with my boyfriend about how this is unsustainable, or do I just tone down the spending on my side? Relevant comments. NYCS Storyteller. You and your boyfriend should be giving joint gifts, paid for by him, or you should stop gifting unless there's a clear expectation of reciprocity. You're not married to this guy, and they're not your family. To dreet to poop out? Most definitely start bringing some baked goods. Take on a baking hobby, but not too much time investment if you're not interested, or want to give them that much effort. Or even going to the store's bakery section to get cookies and putting them on your own separate tray at home. If they ask why the sudden switch, you can tell them, baking from the heart is the best gift of all. Porcelain thunders. That was my first thought. If that woman wants to ask who the gift is from, you can say, oh, BF, or whoever, and when she hints at you, shove the tray of delicious food into your hands and say, I brought this, go ahead and put it out for me. Kidding. Well, kidding on the last part, just bring food. That is your contribution. If she ever tries to make you feel bad, sass you, you can always go to, okay, not this, but a variation of, I am so sorry. I thought gifts were taboo since no one ever brought any to my birthday. Oh goodness, did not realize we were still doing that for some people. I just wanted to bring something and thought this effort of taking time to make food was enough. Edit typos. Anitariella Leaf. You state that the one-sided gift-giving with your boyfriend's family is starting to get to you, but how can that be when the one-sided aspect is not intentional and merely a consequence of the very nature of the events that you have been invited to? For example, someone else's birthday, someone else's baby shower, someone else's housewarming, rather than focusing on the positives, that you were invited. You are solely focused on the negatives. This is compounded by the fact that you have labeled the in-laws with negative motives and actions when you state that there is an unspoken obligation for gifts, and that your boyfriend's mother pointedly asked one time about a gift she attributed to you. First of all, unless that was the first event that you had ever been invited to, it is likely that your boyfriend's mother asked if that was the gift you were bringing because you had well established a pattern of bringing gifts. Secondly, is your experience going to other people's baby showers, birthdays, and whatnot, that you do not bring gifts and somehow this makes your boyfriend's family wrong? You've got the following options not necessarily in order and not necessarily mutually exclusive. 2. Continue with doing individual gifts, but reduce the investment costs as you suggested. If the gift is thoughtful and took time and effort, like a baked good, it will be appreciated. Again, do not worry about what others think. The old adage, it is the thought that counts, applies here. 3. Change your attitude. Rather than being annoyed by being included, and annoyed that you are not receiving a gift at a baby shower or birthday or housewarming, when pretty much that is not the norm, look at it like his family thinks enough of you to include you. In reality, they are not obligated to include you, and rather than being skeptical that they do for the reason of a gift grab, give them the benefit of the doubt. Update December 19, 2024. TLDR of my original post is that I have gifted my boyfriend's family, his sister, his mom, his sister's kid, gifts on approximately 10 occasions this year. Probably spent $800 total, but haven't received anything in return, and was wondering if I should switch to doing joint gifts with my boyfriend. Some commenters suggested that I was not being appreciative of being invited to family events, so I thought that maybe I was being too harsh. Well, with Christmas coming up, I, 26F, was invited to Christmas with my boyfriend, 29M, his family. But given his sister, 28F, just had her second child with some health complications, we had a conversation and decided it made sense for me not to join them as I've been flying a lot for work and don't want to put the newborn at risk. That made the conversation about doing joint gifts super easy with my boyfriend, since I physically wouldn't be there. Out of the blue yesterday, though, I received a text from my boyfriend's sister reminding me of their house address to ship gifts to, even though I've driven there multiple times. Then, about an hour later, I receive a text from my boyfriend's mother telling me about how the sister's daughter, toddler, has been a little upset recently given the new baby, and that it would be great to get the toddler an extra gift to make her feel special since the attention has been on the newborn, on top of whatever I was planning to get the newborn. She did top it off with a, "You always give such nice gifts," as a nice compliment. For context, I grew up in a family that taught me not to buy gifts that you wouldn't want to receive. I bought very nice things for boyfriend's sister's kids for her daughter's birthday, toys plus nice name brand clothing like Nike, North Face, and the latest baby shower for the newborn. I brought this to the attention of my boyfriend, and he mentioned he'd let them know that he was bringing our gifts, but I have a feeling they'll misinterpret to think that we're still getting separate gifts. We will see how it goes next week, but I've been super put off by the texts that I've gotten from his family. It seems pretty blatant that they want gifts from me and are expecting it, but I'm glad that my boyfriend is planning to take care of the communications. Relevant comments. Historical Hall 2246. Text back. Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder. Here's mine. Limitless Megan. This is a BF problem. Just that he's let this go on so long. But he doesn't need to be telling them he's bring the gifts. What he needs to tell them is, here is OP's wish list, because I know you didn't just reach out to someone not coming to our celebration to ask for gifts when you had no plans for giving her a gift yet again. And yes, I've noticed you haven't once returned any of the great gifts she's given you when it's her turn to get gifts. So I'll be bringing gifts from us, and will happily bring her back your gifts to her. Material_Cellist 4133. Who the hell takes gifts but doesn't give? To the point where they call you for the gift. Also, people saying being invited is the gift are takers. They don't give gifts, so don't listen to their advice. What kind of cheap-ass family are you dealing with? You sure you want to be married into this type of family? OOP. Comment update December 26, 2024. Did not expect this to have so many comments. I read through a bunch of the comments and took some inspiration from here in what I ended up doing. I'll make a longer comment. Post tomorrow when I have time, as I'm still with family for Xmas. But the quick update is that I did not spend any dollar on gifts for his family this Christmas, but I helped BF pick some out that he bought. Boyfriend took care of most of the communication, so I just texted back some pleasant thank you. I'll remind *BF name *. Happy holidays to his fam. Some minor drama unfolded and I'll detail TMRW, but overall I'm happy with the way BF resolved it. To answer some of the other questions, no. I did not get Christmas gifts last year either from his fam. The excuse was that we did a late celebration on the 27th last year with his fam, and so that is why they didn't give me anything, though I still brought gifts. Boyfriend didn't intervene earlier because he didn't know that they had texted me directly, and honestly he's just kind of oblivious, and didn't realize how many celebrations, events we'd gone to, as it's been a hectic year for both of us with work. Yes, we have a pretty high income disparity between me and BF and his family. His parents have some debt and are tight on money, and his sister's husband is paying off a mortgage with expenses for 2 children, especially since his sister was laid off for most of the year, and then was pregnant, had a kid. He probably makes what his sister plus sister-in-law made before she was laid off combined. And I make a good amount more than his sister-in-law, too. I honestly don't need gifts from them, but it would be nice to have some reciprocation in some other way, even a thank you card or something. Invisible Ink 978. If their money is tight and they can't afford gifts, how can they afford to host all these grand parties? Do they give your boyfriend gifts? Oh, credit cards. Hence the debt. Yes, they get him gifts. Nothing super expensive, but still gifts here and there. Edit. Honestly, the celebrations are also a way for them to get gifts, save on certain costs, baby shower registries, etc. New update. Editor's note. When an OOP updates after a BORU has been posted, we can add the new update immediately to the BORU. You still should not comment on the original post. Thanks to you, Concave Usurper, for finding the update. OOP. Comment update January 3rd, 2025. Now that the holidays are finally over, and I realized that people are actually waiting for a conclusion THX to best of Redditor updates, I thought I'd come here to post an update. Some new happenings unfolded through the new year that I had to deal with, hence the delay. Pre-Christmas. I texted back to his family what I had written in the previous comment, and boyfriend called his mom and sister, which I didn't hear the full conversation of. The message he conveyed was that we would be bringing a joint gift and listed out all the gifts I had given them this year, and pointed out that they neither wished me a happy birthday or got me a gift for Christmas last year. Apparently he was nice about it and said that he knew money was tight for them and that we'd be doing joint gift moving forward so they wouldn't have to worry about a return gift. This is a very fine arrangement with me. He hates shopping anyways, so he gave me a budget for each of his family members, and I chose the gifts for him. He didn't mention to his family I hadn't pitched in any money. Christmas. I had a lovely Christmas with my family, but boyfriend calls me at noon. He tells me to ignore any texts I might get from his family, and that he will explain when we are together. I don't get anything from them until the evening, a text from his mom that just says, "BF name will bring back presents from us to you. It would be great if you could come celebrate NYE with us as the baby is in stable condition, and we will celebrate the baby's recovery. No need to bring anything for us, just the baby." I forwarded the message to BF. Apparently his family had bought me literal dollar store gifts in an attempt for us to keep doing separate gifts that he was refusing to bring back to me. They wanted to do another celebration on NYE for more gifts for the baby. BF told me he had already told them we weren't going. It overall was just minor drama because I never had to talk to anyone from his family. He handled it all. He told them that if they were going to treat me like that, we would no longer be joining their celebrations. Day after Christmas. My boyfriend came over to visit my family for Christmas. My parents still got him a gift. He immediately felt really bad, and we spent most of the day together with my family, plus planning an NYE-NY date night between the two of us. It was exciting. I thought that was the end of it. Before New Year's, boyfriend's mom calls him while he's at my place and basically starts breaking down. She says that boyfriend and I make more than his family, mom, dad, sister, brother-in-law, combined, and apparently the debt of his parents and sister are much larger sums than he had assumed. Apparently they really appreciated my gifts because it felt like a little bit of luxury in what felt like a life of despair, given their snowballing debt. They had too much pride to say anything, and basically ended up bullying me about it, boyfriend's words, instead to get things they wanted. Apparently he texted his mom about the gift my parents got him, and it made her feel like she was going to lose him to me, my family, because of money. Boyfriend told her that it wasn't about money. It was about treating people with basic decency. They talked a lot more, but the TLDR is that his fam has been under a lot of financial stress and pressure, much more than we had thought, and was a bit spiteful of how much money we earn and wants help. I reflected on all the comments saying I was being a doormat, and I think my stance on this is that I knew I didn't need gifts from them. I just wanted a little more appreciation. So I was in a little bit of a pickle about what to do, because I genuinely enjoyed gifting and picking out gifts, but also felt like I was being used. I just wanted them to appreciate the gifts. Maybe that's petty. Saw a comment saying you should never expect anything in return when gifting. To those saying BF is a problem, I think this might be a relatively new thing with his family that he's just now recognizing. Debt accumulation is recent, past 2 YRs after his sister had her first kid. He's handled it gracefully as it unraveled. We spent NYE and NY with just the two of us. It was lovely. We don't have a resolution on how we will deal with his family yet. He holds strong boundaries and won't be giving them any money, but will continue to bring gifts to celebrations his family hosts if he's still invited, LOL. Story 6. I bought my boyfriend 2 gifts. Which one he gets is solely based on his gift to me. December 26, 2024. Let me explain. I've had some bad luck with ex-boyfriends and gifts. I'm a thoughtful gift giver in general, even if it's Secret Santa. I'm getting something that anyone can make use of. No random junk from the checkout line shelves or gift sets that'll collect dust 9 times out of 10. Anyways, my new BF, together since Sept, is a great guy so far. I'm really happy and I'm excited. This is our first Christmas. We both have big families, so we're doing our private Xmas today instead, especially since he's a big Christmas person like me, so he says. But history has jaded me. Although I want to believe he has good gifting skills, so he says I came up with a plan. Under my tree has 2 gifts for him, one that's low effort but he'll like, one that's tougher to come by and he'll love. So I'm going to open my gifts first, and based on what I see and the effort, I'll decide in that moment which package I'm grabbing when it's his turn. Everything I got is in the return window limit LOL. I want to be clear, this is not about how much money is spent. It's about if he really thinks, pays attention, and takes the time, consider what he's picking. I've spent hours thinking and planning gifts, collecting items if I need to, etc., only to be given a gift card to the fucking mall I work in. Or a necklace and earrings from a chain jewelry store, think Kay or People's, 3 years in a row. Or nothing because they didn't have time or some nonsense, but they'll make it up to me later. This is different, men, but this is a pattern, and I've seen on socials that I'm not the only person who's been a victim of men giving thoughtless presents. I know women can be selfish and shit-givers as well, but I'm straight, so I'm speaking about my experience with men, all right. And it seems like men tend to be worse at it from what I've seen as heard from other women. Today will determine how I give to him going forward, birthdays, anniversaries, and so on. I really hope he does well. I really do enjoy giving gifts and making PPL happy with them. But self-sacrifice is no longer something I'm willing to do, especially not during my favorite holiday. This is silly, I'm aware. But wish him luck, and may the odds be ever in his favor, because I'd love to give him both gifts if I'm being completely honest, but that's big wishful thinking on my part. Merry December 26th, y'all. Relevant, come on. Danimus. I can see why this might seem fun, but it sounds like you're bringing grudges from previous relationships into a new one, which isn't healthy. Just have fun giving people gifts they'll like. If he gets you something you really don't like, then speak to him about it. Shattered_visage. For real, imagine how you'd feel exchanging gifts for the first time with a new partner and finding out that they had a good boy present and a low-effort present ready to go as a test to reward. All because they're still fixated on the perceived inequality of gifting in past relationships. IDK about other people, but I have enough self-respect to smile and nod through their gifting test and then leave a boyfriend-shaped dust cloud where I once was. And I still wouldn't take that frustration out on a future partner, though, LOL. Norms. I'm a guy who loves to read 2x post, so I can be a better partner. So grain of salt here, as I really want to respect your autonomy to make your own decisions in your relationship. Have you communicated to him that you are looking for someone who puts thoughtful effort into gift giving? Additionally, have you told him the type of gifts that you have received or desired that have made you feel like effort was given? I'm asking because it might help in the long run if you haven't communicated these things. Anyway, just a guy here, apologies for invading this space. I really respect your stance and intentions. I hope your expectations are exceeded. Oop. Thank you for asking so thoughtfully. Yeah, we have talked about past experiences with efforts, gift-giving, reciprocation, many times from past relationship, not only pertaining to Xmas or physical items. We've even talked about how we plan gifts too, so for the last month at least, we've been sharing what we're getting for our parents, siblings, friends, and the whys behind the choices. So it seems like we both have similar gifting styles. Now I have to wait to see if it's true. He talks the talk, but does he walk the walk, LOL? Midas Golden Touch. So what happens if he did spend time and effort on your gift and it's just not something you want? OP. A for effort, and he'll still get the better gift, if not both. I'll make use of what I get one way or another if that's the case. But I can't imagine him getting me something so left field that I wouldn't be able to enjoy his efforts and appreciate what he gave me. Although I was let down by the repeated jewelry gifts by my ex, please believe I wore them every chance I got because I know it made him happy, and it was pretty regardless of if I wanted them or not. Heuristic_Al. My wife and I used to both try very hard with the gifts. We knew each other very well and put lots of effort into what we got for the other person. We'd then spend hours wrapping them to get that perfect aesthetic. After many years, though, we decided that the effort was better spent on different things. Also, I think we recognized that objects don't really make us happy. We've basically decentered gifts as part of the holiday. Things are less stressful, more fun, less expensive, and we have less clutter around the house. Oop. I'm totally cool with decentering gifts altogether someday, especially after being married for a while. Because what is there really left to get, especially if you're giving multiple times a year? I prefer experiences over objects as is, since experiences could be for both of us and help keep our bond strong. Sounds like you and your wife have it figured out, and I love that, because it means you have a genuine understanding of each other and where you're at as unit. Tragus, you're not ready for a serious relationship. It sounds like you need a year or 3 to get over past relationships and grow up a little. Let this guy go and go figure yourself out, because this behavior is low-key toxic. Update December 27th, 2024. As Professor Farnsworth says, good news, everyone. So, he got the more thoughtful, better gift, and I'll be saving the other for his B-Day coming up soon. My gifts were really nice and considerate. A few things made me remember some randomish questions he's asked, trying to see if I'd like this or that. He loved his gifts, the main one. I always do little trinkets, things, and a grand finale lol. His smile, made my heart so full. He was so happy and excited. Kisses galore. I didn't give him both gifts for the sole reason that I didn't want to outdo him and make him feel guilty or anything, since he did ask how much I spent, how I even found it, etc., and he said that I shouldn't have, because I surprise him with random things all the time as he was looking over everything I got him. My response was basically that I do what I can to make the people I care about happy or their life easier. If I got it, we got it. Finally, yes, I did tell him later in the evening about this plan and the why, and before I could finish, he said, "Given what you told me about your exes, I don't even blame you for doing something ridiculous." And we laughed and went back to talking and watching TV. So, although I get why some PPL said, "This is so toxic," I truly hope you never understand the feeling I was trying to avoid. If you go back and read the comments, I explained more for those who actually wanted to listen. And I had every intention of telling him at some point either way, because we're pretty open with each other when it comes to our pasts and how it affected us. And with that, I admit maybe I'm a bit crazy. But if it keeps me from being let down or hurt, again, then I'll take being called crazy over crying in my apartment with my cat, trying to rationalize why someone's inconsiderate adult son didn't feel the need to think of me, or why he didn't get me anything at all during the most wonderful time of the year. I hope everyone had the best holiday they could, and cheers to 2025. Relevant comma. Opie explains some of her past experiences. I remember one of my exes, our first and only Xmas together, since he ended up being a terrible BF after about a year. I even said let's not do gifts that year since money was tight for both of us. He insisted we do gifts, already had things in mind, and completely made me feel silly for proposing the idea. Xmas comes, lo and behold, he waits until after opening his gifts to say he never got around to shopping for mine, oops, and for my B-Day, nothing again. The same boy who practically begged me to give him a chance for years. Nina_QJ. I unfortunately completely understand what it feels like to put so much thought and effort into gifts only for your partner to throw you some thoughtless token. I'm glad your partner wasn't like that, and I'm glad he took it with humor. He sounds like a keeper. Opposite_ad 4567. Was this your first gift-giving occasion as a couple? I'm hoping this reassures you and doesn't have to happen every birthday and Christmas, etc. OP. Yep. First Xmas and first of any milestone overall. We made it official in Sept, and our B-days are earlier in the year. I just wanted to see how he operates when it comes to gifting and the holidays. See if I should or shouldn't put in effort with gifts, or keep it really, really simple. I prefer to go all out, but I didn't want to feel like a fool again for doing so. So yeah, first and last time for this LOL research complete. Disco_Pat. Finally, yes, I did tell him later in the evening about this plan and the why. And before I could finish, he said, "Given what you told me about your exes, I don't even blame you for doing something ridiculous." And we laughed and went back to talking and watching TV. He said this out loud. But you know that this is absolutely a red flag about your character and how the relationship will continue. Bad gift, good gift. Based on his gift is absolutely ridiculous. If it matters that much to you, if he didn't put any effort into your gift, then just reconsider whether or not it is a relationship you want to be in. Because I assure you, that is on his mind now. Night of Kittens. Yeah, reading the original post gave me the ick so badly. I understand being burnt by past relationships and having trauma around that, but that's what therapy is for. Testing your partner is just so inherently unhealthy in any relationship. If my partner did that to me and then told me about it, that relationship would be over by New Year's. I'd be wondering what other tests are in store. Durchigero? I'm glad you said it. It's not about constantly testing him. It's about the one test being a red flag. I bet if the roles were reversed, she'd be upset to find out he was testing her to see if she secretly measured up. A lot of guys suck, 100%, but you can't be bringing those past guys into this current relationship if you want it to have a chance. Story 7. I, 31F, cannot stand my boyfriend's 30M mom, 60F, and I think she might be literally insane. Original post. Reddit, October 4th, 2017. My boyfriend's mom is easily one of the worst people I've ever encountered in my entire life, and it is a miracle that her son, my boyfriend, has turned out to be such an incredible, kind, loving person. She has serious, blatant mental issues that aren't being treated, and I oscillate between feeling intense sadness for her and pure hatred. Some examples of her behavior just from this past year. She filed a restraining order against her own brother over a financial trust dispute. Her father died last year, and he was apparently very wealthy, and there was a big trust fund to fight over. I don't know what happened between her and her brother, but I watched her behavior at the hospital while her father died, and she was an awful witch. Her own mother, who has severe dementia, was beside herself. Every 30 minutes she had to be reminded we were in the hospital with her husband of 50 years on his deathbed. My boyfriend's mother was seriously nasty to her, and even hospital staff noticed and tried to protect her. The trust should have gone to the widow, and her brother took it over to provide medical care, living arrangements for her. She fought this tooth and nail, insisting the money was hers. She sued him for the money and lost. She remains extremely bitter about this. She is very jealous of my boyfriend's niece's grandmother, the other grandma, and bad-mouths her to this 6-year-old child, saying things like, "Grandma Mary is a bitch." Grandma Mary, by the way, is sweet, timid, and very quiet. Every Christmas, without fail, she blows up. We hosted her at our home last Christmas, and all seemed well until she found out we were going to Vegas the next week to celebrate my birthday. She stormed out and drove home. Then, on Christmas Day, wrote an email stating, "You are no longer my children. Period. Like I said, I have learned my lesson. I am sure Mary will take you in, as that seems to be her M.O." My boyfriend pulled up email records from the past 5 years, and there is always an email like this sent to the entire family on Christmas. She lives 2 hours away, but had a dance event where we lived this past summer. We agreed to host her for a couple days, but when she informed us it would be nearly 5 full days, and we had evening plans on some of them, we asked if she could stay at my boyfriend's brother's house. She gets violently angry if we're not in the home to entertain her. This caused the biggest uproar you could ever imagine. She told my boyfriend he was a horrible son, told him to fuck himself, and that she hated him. When she finally got to our house a couple days later, she ran into the house screaming and demanding he go get all her stuff out of the car. He was miserably sick, and when she found this out, she told him she ought to slap him upside the head for having her there. He debated telling her he was sick, but thought she would blow up. Either way, there was no winning. We were under the impression she would be at her event through the weekend, but instead she sat around our home complaining and being generally awful. We both had important work to do over the weekend that we could not do because she was there. When she offered to sweep and mop the floors, we didn't stop her because it gave her a distraction. She later wrote an email stating, "I am trying to get out and meet people, but you all curtail any effort. I don't have any friends. My whole life has been condemned to the enslavement of others, whether I want to or not." The final straw was giving up the afternoon dance events to mop and clean for son. I would have paid her to leave that day. This is just a mild example of how her mind words and how she justifies her own behavior. One of her lifelong dreams was to drive the Pacific Coast Highway. My boyfriend tried to make that dream a reality for her last month. Together, they planned the cities to stop at, activities they wanted to do, the type of car they wanted to drive. They agreed about who would pay for what. I was invited on this trip and reluctantly agreed to go. We all discussed payment and agreed I would pay for my own food and activities, while they would split car-hotel costs since I didn't have a say in any of it, and it was technically their trip. After the dance event incident, she wrote an email stating, "I am only going to Cali at this point because OP would be forced to go 50-50ths with Son, even though she makes less than him, but it won't be that much fun." She wrote this email to the entire family for some reason. We moved forward with the trip, aware of the potential risks. Things blew up way beyond what we ever had planned, though. We expected anger and childlike behavior from her, but the justification from my boyfriend is that if it would improve her happiness levels even slightly, it was worth it. On the last day, she has a tendency to get very upset the day a trip ends. While discussing payments, she just lost it. We were in the car, and she started screaming about how awful we were at the top of her lungs. She screamed bloody murder at me for things I've never even said or thought. She brought up things from years ago that have since been distorted in her mind. And when my boyfriend said the screaming needed to stop, or we would have to just head to the airport early, our flight was about 8 hours from then and a 2-hour drive, she lost it even further. She called 911 and insisted we were both holding her hostage and about to abandon her. We had to pull over, in a fancy hotel parking lot, no less, and the cops came and questioned all of us. Within 5 minutes, they caught on to her mental issues and hysteria. They forced her to vacate the car and separate from us. She got hysterical again, begging to not have to leave and that she would just shut up. When they said it was a bad idea to stay together, she asked for the police report number so she could file a restraining order against my boyfriend, her son. He gave her money for a car and food for the day and drove away in shock. So why am I writing all this? Partially to vent. Partially because I feel like I'm going crazy. My boyfriend said I need to just separate myself from her alternate reality and not let it affect me, but I simply cannot do that no matter how much I try. I think she needs mental help, but my boyfriend just says that's the way she is. The thing is, there's always a summer blow-up like this, and then about a month before Christmas she writes an email that says, "So when do you want to celebrate Christmas and whose place am I staying?" It just cannot happen again this year. I don't want her in my life, and I especially don't want her ruining my favorite time of year for the 3rd year in a row. Am I being overly sensitive? Should I just put up with her behavior? How do we move forward in a healthy way? LD Dodger. My boyfriend's mom exhibits clear signs of mental personality disorder but hasn't gotten help. She is a regular facet in our lives, and it's affecting my own sanity and health. How do we move forward in a healthy way? Relevant comment. American girl. You don't have a MIL problem, you have an SO problem. That's just the way she is a fine attitude when someone over-decorates for Christmas or is obsessed with polka music. It does not apply when the person is a psycho-lunatic and the police need to be called. If your BF doesn't start setting some boundaries and continues to enable her crazy, you may want to think seriously about trading him in for a guy who has a spine and can say no to his mother. Run! Do not walk to Justnamil! They can help! OP. To be fair, after the summer dance event incident, we came together and made a joint decision that she could no longer stay in our home. That was a healthy discussion, a big step for him, and the line we drew brought us both relief. Also, me going on that trip was my decision, and I could have said no. He did not force me, and wouldn't have made me feel guilty for not going. Still, I didn't think it was a good idea to do the trip in the first place, and I did want to support him. We agreed after that trip that there would be no more trips like that while she was still this unhealthy. Update. Raredit, November 7th, 2017, 1 month later. It's been about a month since I last posted, and there have been a few small developments. The most notable thing is that my boyfriend and I, along with his family, have had several serious conversations about how to move forward. But first, some more information on how his mother has been behaving over the last month. She went on a spree of verbally attacking me, both via text to me and via text to his family members. She threatened to sabotage our recent trip to my hometown to see my family, which I'd been looking forward to for months, as we hadn't all been together in 3 years. She also made lots of petty comments and insults about me, not limited to my lack of talent. I am in a creative profession, and my boyfriend's stupidity for being with someone like me. Basically, she's super pissed with her current station in life, and I am the privileged individual who gets the blame. She also contacted my boyfriend's brother to let him know she was writing his 7-year-old daughter out of her will and taking away her college fund. This has been done about 24 times because she spent time with me and enjoyed it, versus not being happy when spending time with her. I have blocked her from every social media platform, email, and phone text. Boyfriend's brother has taken a placating approach by simply responding with okay whenever she texts versus engaging. Outside of the verbal aggression, she has backed off. She used to call my boyfriend at a frequency of several times a week, which he admits was a cumbersome, exhausting burden, because he felt obligated to listen to her 30-minute angry diatribes about whatever drama was happening in her world. She hasn't called him in 2 months, and it has been glorious. Regarding the upcoming holidays, we sat down with his other family members here and decided how to move forward. We are all in agreement that we will not spend Thanksgiving or Christmas with his mother. We have made plans to travel out of town for both Thanksgiving and Christmas, and we're very much looking forward to the mini excursions. At this point, his mother would have likely contacted us about Thanksgiving plans, but in her anger since the PCH fiasco, she hasn't attempted to do so. I am not sure if she will reach out about Christmas, but if she does, then we will relay our current plans and take it as we go. In addition to family-wide conversations about holidays, we have talked extensively about his mother's mental health and the best ways to move forward. In my state, there is a law that allows you to file a court-ordered mental health evaluation, and it only takes one person to file the application. That is not an option we have ruled out, especially since she is clearly hurting and mentally unwell, and could benefit greatly from a mental health check and medication. It is my understanding that one has been filed for her previously, and that the court found mental disorder, but that she has ceased taking medication. If it were up to me, I would file the application yesterday, especially since she mentioned wanting to kill herself in her last angry bout. Ultimately, though, I don't want to sidestep my boyfriend. In the end, as a family, we have agreed that our lives are better when she is not in it, and that ultimately she is happier too, since everything we do, even planning a lifelong dream trip for her, causes her great distress in the end. We'll just have to take this one day at a time, but things have been calmer, generally, and I'm looking forward to the holidays instead of feeling anxious about them for the first time in 3 years. Tili.dar. Our lives are calmer and more happy without her in it, and we have purposefully made plans to spend the holidays without her this holiday season. Story 8. My sister, F36, and I, F35, signed a 3-year lease. She got pregnant 3 months in. How do I tell her I need to move out? Original post, October 16, 2024. I, F35, moved across the country, Canada, with my son, M14, and my dog to start new. I asked my sister, F36, to join me in the city. She lived in a small town 2 hours south from where we live now. I accepted a job offer, as did my sister, and we signed a 3-year fixed rental agreement in a 3-bedroom house. My sister and I are very different people. We have a complicated but supportive relationship. We have a lot of love and respect for one another. We also have some on-off codependency issues from our childhood. Things were going well for the first few months. We were transitioning into this dynamic, and it wasn't always easy, but we found systems and ways to make it work. Everything changed 3 months ago. My sister met a man and conceived on her first date. The baby is due in April. It's a welcome surprise. My sister is experiencing a difficult start to her pregnancy. Insomnia, stress, thyroid issues. We have not been getting along. My son and I can do nothing right. It's the little things compounded. My sister is also quite entitled, openly expresses and reinforces this attribute with humor. In her pregnancy, it's been worse. There's little to no consideration. For example, she's struggling with the sound in the house. She leaves her door open for her cat and refuses to wear earplugs. Instead, she demands for my son and I to vacate the living room and kitchen at 8 p.m. because she can hear us. I don't get home until 7 p.m. and need to make dinner. Another example is that I had been giving her upwards of $600/m in groceries. I have a lot of allergies, and she wouldn't accommodate these allergies, so I would often need to eat alone and buy additional groceries. It hurt me to learn that she had her groceries supplemented by the father of her unborn child, meaning that she had been asking for money for groceries that were already paid for. My salary is less than my sister's, and I have a dependent. She decided that the child's father, M36, would move into this house with his dog and his cat and sleep in the foyer at the top of the stairs without consulting with myself or my son. This area of the house is not closed in. It's positioned above the living room kitchen, an area that my sister has already deemed inaccessible between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m., and also between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. My son and I are starting to get forced into our bedrooms off the entry hallway. They split up 2 weeks ago, and he's still moving in. He's a bit of a dirty guy, and my sister is type A. To put things into perspective, she has cleaned out his house and his 2 storage units in the last 3 months. He's not much of a cook or cleaner. She said that I'm lucky because I get to benefit financially from this. I'll pay less in rent, and I don't even deserve it. Those were her actual words. I actually like the guy. I don't like the way my sister treats him, but he's a nice guy. I moved for a lot of reasons. My son's was experiencing anxiety and self-esteem issues around his father, never married, separated after birth of our son, in and out of the picture, whom had drained our collective savings account for the kids' education because of addiction. I wasn't able to secure a suitable salary with my education to get ahead. To be fully honest here, my sister and I had a hard upbringing. The only reason I stayed in our hometown was so that my son had access to his father. And well, a time came where his father's absence would be more beneficial than his presence. I moved so that we could start a new life and have peace. We are not experiencing peace. I confronted my sister about the use of communal spaces, and that she would have to find solutions to limit the way sound affected her. I confronted my sister about shared bills, and have asked her to post the bills on the fridge, and that we would no longer be splitting most groceries. I confronted my sister that I'm not entirely comfortable with someone moving in here. It's not within the rights of our lease, and we would need to communicate this with the landlord and ask to break the lease. My sister's response to everything has been emotional, reluctant, and avoidant. She simply cries, yells, and walks away. She claims that I am abandoning her. I feel exhausted, exploited, and manipulated. It's affecting my work, my personal life, and my ability to enjoy life. My son is experiencing some anxiety too. He has sports and extracurricular most days after school, and I'm adamant to discuss adult things without my son there. However, he has witnessed some arguments and knows that we are not getting along. I want to leave the situation. I know I have to. I feel like I'm abandoning her. Not just because she tells me so, but because everything is crazy and I want to leave. I didn't sign up for this. I don't agree to live with my sister, her estranged ex-BF of 3 months, and his 2 pets. I don't know where to start, how to do this. I know I need a couple months to save up for first and last. Edit. Removed some details to keep privacy intact. TLDR. My sister, F36, got pregnant after we, myself, F35, signed a 3 years fixed lease in a 3-bedroom house for us, my son, her cat, and my dog. She controls the use of spaces and bills within the house. She has demanded that the father of her unborn child, M36, whom she broke up with 2 weeks ago and only known 3 months, move in the house with his dog and his cat. She didn't consult me. The landlord doesn't know. I think I need to leave. Possible sister who has found the OOP post. Paupier Noir. Hello, everyone. Entitled 36F Sister here. Just thought I'd give you all my side of the story because no matter how flat you make a pancake, there are 2 sides to every story. 1. I do not demand that my sister and nephew vacate the living room at 8 p.m. The request has always been, even before I was pregnant, to be quiet after 10 p.m. as I have to wake up at 6 a.m. for work every day. Very reasonable, albeit pretty difficult when my sister has this one friend that invites himself over, gets drunk and can't drive home, then sleeps in the living room snoring like a trucker all night. When I ask my sister to ask him to leave, after he's sober of course, she says, "You're the one who wants him to leave, you ask him." But I guess I possess sole autonomy of the shared living spaces, so... 2. She doesn't get home at 7 p.m. every night. She works from home 3 out of the 5 days a week. She does meal prep on weekends and has not cooked supper for her or her son on a weekday in almost 2 months. 3. She has not given me a dime in grocery money since late July, early August. We used to split the grocery bill 50/50ths. Then she decided that her diet was too complicated, so she wished for us to switch to buying our own groceries. I have been purchasing my own groceries since then. I found out I was pregnant on August 22nd, and by suggestion from my sister as a type of child support, I started accepting groceries from my partner in mid-September. I have also shared this food with both my sister and nephew when they run out of essentials. He paid for 90% of the beautiful Thanksgiving feast we all just shared together on Monday. $600/month? Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. U/C_luck_8537. I'm sorry that Mom taught you that lying helps you get away with things in life. I'll keep praying that one day you're cured of this disease. 4. My sister suggested that my partner move in to help with expenses. It was her idea, not mine. I exclaimed that he's a slob. I'm nervous. I hate his dog. We're not an established couple. It will affect the dynamic in the house, etc. She stated it is likely still the best decision to make for my baby. So I relented and invited him to move in. I believed up until today that I still had her support on this decision. Ironic that the Post casts me as the poor communicator who cries, yells, and walks away when I have not heard a single word about her not wanting him to move in until now. Anyway, I don't really care to win over Redditors at this point. I haven't even read any comments. It doesn't matter to me what you all think, only what my sister thinks of me. It's so bad that she thinks she has to hide in her room or that I don't listen, and that she has to fabricate a story online to get some affirmations from absolute strangers. Sad how this situation has devolved because I love her and her son more than anything in the entire world. Remember, kids, communicate with your loved ones about your problems. Don't believe everything you read online. Always use protection. Relevant. Comment? Commenter 1. Have the guy take over your lease and leave before the real madness starts. OP. I think this is the best route. I had originally pitched this idea and my sister had said he wouldn't move in. A month passed and she decided he would move in. I originally said that I would stick it out until June, marking 1 year on our lease, but I just can't stick it out that long. My work and mental state are suffering too much. Edit. In all fairness, I have been fickle agreeing to this arrangement and disagreeing with the arrangement of the father to be moving in. It's difficult to think about my son or myself when I can clearly see my sister is in so much distress. Despite all the comments here about her being awful, she's still my sister, and I love her. I will continue to support her, but on my terms. Her feeling abandoned is valid to her because that's how she feels and she's afraid. It's not as easy as walking away. I want our relationship to get better, not worse. Commenter 2. You never agreed to live with someone who treats you like shit. She has zero respect or regard for your needs or your son's needs. She is choosing to ignore your feelings at every turn. As soon as you possibly can, give her 30 days notice that you and your son are leaving. In the meantime, do what's best for you and your son, not necessarily what she has decided she wants you to do, such as changing your habits and staying out of common spaces. Commenter 3. Are you abandoning her, or are you prioritizing your son and your own well-being? When someone tells you you're doing something wrong, examine what they have to gain from this narrative. Your sister is manipulating you, defrauding you of grocery money, infringing on your reasonable enjoyment and expectations of peace in your home, and blaming you for it all. She is not a good sister, I'm sorry to say. Please go to the landlord, let them know she has moved in another adult who isn't on the lease, and ask to be let out. Update. December 23, 2024, 2 months later. Posting on Reddit was an absolute wake-up call. My sister found the post. Her and her ex totally berated me in a government building conference room after hours. When I was adamant about moving out, things got substantially worse. My sister decided he would not move in, and we would both move out. I notified the landlord to give him 60 days' notice. I found a place for myself and my son. It's within my budget and absolutely perfect. With an exit in sight, things were starting to become tolerable. Come mid-November, there was still the issue of shared assets, so I braced the difficult conversation with my sister via text requesting to set a date and time to discuss things. Her actual reply was, "Suck my dick, I'm blocking you." I remember being shocked. This was actually out of character. My son and I got in late that night to find that the internet password had been changed with a message on the chalkboard that as soon as I dropped the topic of shared assets and prepay the upcoming electric bill, she would not reveal the Wi-Fi password. We live in an area without cell coverage, so I couldn't even message my sister to call her out. I'm not proud, but I went to the garage and unplugged the router and locked it in my truck. When she came to me, she was furious. I can hardly remember what she said now. What I can say is that she was very cruel and near violent. In that verbal vomit, she said, "You have no idea what I've been through. I miscarried." At that point, I asked her to give me a few minutes to process. I left shortly after, with my son and my dog, leaving the router on the porch. I'm embarrassed to say that I offered to stay the night and keep her company. I realize now that in order to support someone, we have to ask ourselves if this is safe, if we have the capacity to offer support, and if this person has the capacity to accept support. She halfway apologized a couple days later. After that, she grieved independently and almost silently. My son and I grieved independently from her, being careful to follow her direction and boundaries of not taking about it. Weeks felt like months. The house was cold. Any level of contact or coordination was the beginning of a fight. In therapy, I started to unpack the events over the last year. I learned a great deal about myself, mostly in regards to my self-integrity. I've come to understand my role in perpetuating her controlling behaviors, my lack of self-esteem which snowballed under our shared roof, leaving me in a state of ambivalence and complacency. I recognize the ways in which my sister held little to no regard to my autonomy, often using emotional manipulation to force my submission. I know this is abuse. Know that when she got cold, I got colder. I'm not innocent in all this. Someone once described us as an immovable object meeting an unstoppable force. I think there are times where we play either role. I carry deep compassion and love for my sister and remain forever empathic. I remain optimistic that she will come to understandings of her own that will reunite her with her humility. I am terribly sorry for her loss and often find myself worried about her well-being. I have hope that in time we can build a stronger, more sustainable dynamic. I am painting my bedroom at my new place. Even with my son on the other side of the country this holiday, I feel at peace here. I wish my sister has peace too. A day will come where we can overcome some of these hardships, but that day is not today. TLDR. After my sister attempted to move her hoarder ex into our hallway and changed her mind, we still broke our lease. We fought, we slept, we fought, we slept, and then we just stopped talking. She miscarried. I left. She was cruel and controlling. I was dismissive and stubborn. We both found more suitable living arrangements. We are 5,600 kilometers away from our family this holiday and only 5 kilometers apart, but remain alone. We are clearly fed up in more ways than one. I remain optimistic for our relationship. Merry Christmas and keep the change, you filthy animal. Relevant comment. Commenter 1. You lived together for 3 months? And you need to discuss the shared assets you acquired in that time frame? Okay, LOL, something seems weird. Your sister didn't change her mind about her ex. You did with your relentless arguments. You started the battle for control by dictating who could live with your sister. OOP. I mean, we moved across the country with nothing. Furniture, tools, dishes, even the pantry and cleaning supplies, all these things add up. When everything is a fight, you have to discuss the right to take the rake if you leave the shovel kind of thing. Commenter 2. Sounds like a lot of mess and hurt on both sides. You did the best with keeping distance, having therapy, and living in peace with your son. You're so nice for being optimistic about your relationship. I hope the same too, that eventually you both find peace. OP, thanks for being kind. I'm keeping busy with my new place, trying to distract myself. Commenter 2. Good. I hope your life gets better without your abusive sister in it. I kind of want to address how you felt that you were equally at fault for the fighting. I think it's completely normal to label your reaction to her abuse as being just as bad. But I also want you to recognize that your sister sounds BS shit crazy. I realize that saying you were at fault is a way for you to reclaim autonomy. But as an outsider, no. Emotional abusers will push you to great length for a reaction, just so they can say that you're as bad as they are. I'm sure there's a lot of unhealthy family dynamics that you will unpack in therapy. Good luck healing and give yourself space and grace. OP, hey, thanks for saying this. I feel like I am just scratching the surface in terms of my trauma response. I'm not fully accepting the abuse that took place, but am working towards it. Because my sister and I had a very difficult upbringing, we have been very much entangled. She is the only family and I have, so it very much feels like a loss. I do agree with you that my sister was the abuser, and I was simply reacting. This I know to be true. I'm just not sure of my reactions at this time. Anyways, thanks for saying this. Story 9. My mom asked me to watch my siblings for a week. It's been 9 weeks. New Christmas update. Original post February 21st, 2024. OP, 19F, finds herself watching younger siblings, 16F, 13F, 12M, 9F, and 7F, after her mom went out before Christmas. Then she texted she would be gone for a week. It has been 9 weeks since then, and OOP heard from her mom 3 times and said she wasn't coming back anytime soon. OOP is hanging on to survive as she and her siblings live with their nan, who doesn't provide any help. Older siblings have moved out of the house. OOP asked if it was a legal issue for social services to get involved, and with her mom being gone for that long. Update hash 1, February 29th, 2024. OOP spoke with Mum on the phone about the custody of siblings. Mum refused to return home. OOP spoke with a lawyer regarding her siblings and should be able to receive legal guardianship through court. Older brother, 22, said he will move home to help OOP with their siblings on one condition. Mum doesn't come back home. OOP gets things in order with her siblings and their lives. She explained her father's whereabouts and why he wasn't stepping up. He left the family 5 years prior because he abused older siblings. He did his disappearing and returning acts many times. This time, no one knows where he is at the moment after walking out. Update hash 2, March 14th, 2024. Update on the family. Reviewed options available from Redditors. OOP goes forward with kinship as it was better financially than legal guardianship. Older brother, 22, is home and works remotely. OOP's older sister has gotten in contact and will send money to help. Oldest sister is working, but will try to help on her time off, but can't guarantee until things are stable. Updated on each sibling with acceptance and struggles to new reality. He is helping OOP get the handle of new lives. Youngest sibling, 7F, is taking the changes harder. Middle siblings are adjusting okay. Other siblings are doing fine with brother being there. Moving forward, OOP focuses on helping siblings adjust to new changes. Update hash 3, April 4th, 2024. OOP and older brother are approved for kinship with younger siblings. Mum hasn't contacted except to complain about their dad. That was the main point for Mum to ruin everyone's moods, especially OOP's. Nan is not helping the family and left to stay with their aunt. Struggles with siblings who are not adjusting well to new changes. 7F takes it the hardest. OOP is helping her with breakdowns because no parents now. Brother finds ways to keep siblings in check. He had past childhood trauma scars from their father's harsh punishments. OOP is getting siblings to doctors to make sure they are healthy. Making food choices for all was the goal so younger siblings can catch up with their peers. Therapy and other appointments are added to the list. Feeling like shit. April 14th, 2024. OOP has struggles on parenting 5 younger siblings, but having older brother there helps so much. OOP was not happy with 16F for videoing 7F having a breakdown regarding parents' abandonment. Taking away 16F's phone, OOP discovers 16F has been messaging their mum without her knowledge. 16F was begging Mum to come home to no response. OOP's older sister, #2, calls in to check with her and siblings to make sure things are okay and sending money. Still angry at Mom for replacing her with 7F, OOP tells her that it's not her fault. OOP's oldest sister, #1, wanted to bring OOP to live with her because she is trying to shield OOP from family problems. OP tells oldest sister she will be okay. She needs to be there for younger siblings. Update #4, May 20th, 2024. Older sister, #2, will make a trip to see her siblings. Sister's relationship with brother, 22, is strained due to past childhood trauma when they and oldest sister, #1, were younger. OOP understood why older siblings moved out. OOP and her brother are looking into moving to a different city to have a fresh start with younger siblings. Financial levels are getting better for the siblings because OP and brother budgeted and saved some. Updated on each sibling as things improve but having problems. Therapy has started for a couple siblings while others are still resenting. Oldest sister, #1, still having trouble on dealing with family trauma and refused to see younger siblings due to childhood trauma. Editor's note: in this update, OOP gives her older brother a name, Matt. Update #5, May 29th, 2024. Older sister, #2, met up with siblings for the first time in years. All younger siblings warmed up to sister. OOP and sister talked about their father, learning they have more siblings who are older than oldest sister, #1. Now 20, and OOP is concerned about 7F, getting used to be called Mummy. 9F is worried about calling OOP Mummy too because it was uncomfortable. OOP cleared with the doctor and therapist after concerns about the possibility of 7F being autistic. 7F was dealing with anxiety and abandonment issues, but improving. Matt is not the same like their parents when disciplining. If Matt is upset, he steps away to calm down. He had scars from their father's beatings. Mom has broken several bones on few siblings. Update #6, July 23rd, 2024. 2 months since last update, each sibling has own struggles and shows improvements with changes. 16F gives OOP teenage problems. Likes to argue with OOP on disciplining younger siblings and trying to get away with stuff. 9F has been terrorizing her sister. 7F OOP is working with a therapist regarding sibling issues. She tries to do one-on-one with both 9F and 7F so they can receive undivided attention. 13F and 12M are still the same, pretty easy to deal with. 13F sometimes give OOP an attitude, but being a teenager. Matt is working on sorting the moving stuff for fresh start for the family. OOP ends the update with a note. She still hasn't heard from her mom. Her nan is still with her aunt and no help for the family. Help, is this normal? July 29th, 2024. Short post. OOP asked Redditors for help on how to respond to a text message from a mom of her 7-year-old sister's friend. It's for a birthday party 7F has been invited to. OOP asked if it was okay for her to stay with her sister because of separation anxiety without making it awkward for everyone else at the party. Redditors gave OOP advice which helped out so much. B-Day party success, August 13th, 2024. Short post. OP thanked Reddit for advice on 7F's invitation to a friend's birthday party. She spoke with the mom who hosted the party. OP was able to be with her sister who enjoyed having fun with her friends, playing, receiving birthday favors, and eating a cupcake. She had another one, September 21st, 2024. News regarding her mom who had another baby daughter. OOP is shocked because she is angry with mom for abandoning siblings, and for them to find out about the baby after she was being admitted to the hospital for meningitis. Thoughts on the timeline regarding the baby. OOP believes it was at Christmas time when Mum left her and her siblings. Mum might have found the dad. Timing seems to match the dates because baby sister is preemie. Details surrounding the baby's birth, such as when she was born and where, are vague because OOP had no answers from Mum. OOP and Matt are working with caseworker assigned to the new baby to see what to do next. Matt and OOP are okay financially because they get support from kinship program for younger siblings. Hopefully by Christmas, the family will be already moved to a new place along with all younger siblings turning a year older. They would be 17F, 14F, 13M, 10F, and 8F. Older sister, #2, will be moving with the siblings too. Baby update, September 28, 2024. Short update from OOP on her newest youngest baby sister. The baby is doing well, especially since she is a preemie. OOP and Matt will have temporary custody of the baby until things have been sorted out, and hopefully for the baby to be home once she is discharged from the hospital due to meningitis. OOP informed that no one knows where her mom is and might have left the city. For everyone offering money, gifts, etc. September 29, 2024. Quick update. OOP shared details with the Redditors about the donations to help her and her family. OOP appreciated the offer, but letting everyone know she and Matt are doing okay. They are receiving support from the kinship program they have on all of their younger siblings, so they are good. OOP and Matt are working at their jobs along with their older sister, sending money to help out. Easing the worries for all, OOP said the family is doing well. Update, November 14th, 2024, 1.5 months later. Update on her siblings, including the new baby sibling. The baby is doing well, taking in bottles as expected. Younger siblings have stepped up and want to help OOP take care of their sister, which is on the positive side. OOP confirmed the baby is a full sibling for her and the family, meaning they have same parents. Other siblings are doing well, getting ready to have their birthdays this year. Therapy is going great for some siblings who have worked on resolving issues. Oldest sister, #1, still upset with OOP for taking their baby sister in, instead of giving her up for adoption. OOP is in therapy in order to deal with issues their mom has left her and older brother Matt to clean up the mess. Ranty update, sorry, December 8, 2024, 3 weeks later. OOP is angry at several adult family members who are trying to make life harder for her, Matt, and her siblings, especially her nan, who still won't help the family. Oldest sister, #1, is giving OOP a hard time over the decisions made on the baby's living situation. The siblings are currently packed up to move to the new house to make a fresh start. OOP shares updates on each sibling and their problems. Oldest sister is giving stress to OOP and 17F over everything, including the moving. Older sister, #2, is getting the new house ready for her siblings to move. The baby is doing well and settling comfortably with all siblings now. Trigger warnings, physical violence. Me again. December 17th, 2024. We are in the new place. Things are mostly good, if still pretty chaotic. I love the new house, and it's amazing having so much more space and just feeling like it's a fresh start. My sister came over in advance, and it was so good arriving to the house being half set up already. She put all the beds together and had new bedding on already. First time for everyone. So that made things smoother. Honestly, I had so many plans for everything we would do when we got here, but we haven't done any of it. We are just loving being in the house with the aircon. I try to get the kids to the park early morning or in the evening when it's cooler so they can get some fresh air, but that's like the extent of our outings. Matt and my sister have run errands and they take a kid or two with them usually. But yeah, we are mostly just enjoying the house. It sounds dramatic, but Matt is like a different person. It's like I saw the weight go off him when we got here. He sings in the shower now, Lamau. The flight over was hell. Literally so bad I had it all planned out who was sitting where and who was looking after which kid. Nope, the baby cried on and off the whole time, so I was too terrified to move a muscle in case she started up again. 13 years old was moody and stressed about the baby crying, and I had to switch her to sit elsewhere before she made me lose my shit. 9 years old, as it turns out, hates flying, so she was crying at takeoff and landing, and a few times in between saying she wanted to get off. 7 years old kept needing a pee literally every 10 minutes. 17 years old took her a few times, but then was too embarrassed, so Matt took over. 12 years old was happy as can be, decided he wants to be a pilot, and basically looked out the window the whole time and was zero trouble. Except he did try walking off a couple times in the airport. He wanted to go in one of those massage chairs. So, I guess that settles the debate on girls or boys being easier. And since we got into the house, it hasn't all been sunshine, rainbows, happy families. Day 2. 13 years old and 9 years old had an epic fight. 13 slammed 9's hand in the door in the process. She obviously started screaming, crying, and Matt went running. But as he got there, 12 years old was already there and swinging for 13 years old because he was defending Lil Sis. Matt reads the entire situation wrong and thinks 12 years old is on the rampage and hurt 9 years old. So he goes full ape shit at 12. The whole thing woke up 7 years old who was napping BC. She slept like crap the night before and was a grump. I was like, WTAF is going on, and everyone was screaming, and I was like, OMFG, what is my life? Told Matt to fuck off because he was annoying me. And then I had crying/grumpy/scared 7 years old, crying injured 9 years old, and crying 12 years old all on my bed, whilst 13 years old shouted at me that it wasn't her fault and blah blah blah. I was ready to send her back to my nan TBH JK. Like, yeah, they fight a fair bit, but that was next level. I think we are going to have more of this BS as well, BC Christmas Eve. It will be a year since my mom left, plus the kids are all worried about going to new schools. 12 years old cried about missing his mates, and I literally felt so awful, BC, he rarely cries, so I know he's going through it, RN. Matt and my older sister had an argument over discipline, and I had to bite my tongue so hard not to get involved. As soon as we have some time, I'm sitting down with them to discuss everything BC TBH. I don't want my sister involved in parenting, really. Partly BC, she will only be here 50% of the time, and partly BC, she is on a different wavelength to me, and it would be hell unsustainable parenting the younger kids with completely different approaches. My sister is pretty tough and acts like they are her friends. Doesn't empathize that well with them and won't be consistent with discipline BC. It would depend on her mood how much she could be bothered to do. Like, I will spend 45 minutes putting the youngest back in timeout until she quits fighting me and actually apologizes. BC, I know it will be worth it long term. My sister would be like CBF, she doesn't need to apologize, who even cares? I have seen her witness 9 years old pull out a chunk of 7 years old's hair and literally say, do that again and I'll threat. Like, are you kidding? That isn't a two-strike situation. So, yeah, I would prefer if she's just like actual big sister aunt vibes. Me and Matt already have an established good cop, bad cop routine going on and it works. But I will talk to her and see where she's at. She can help with 17 and 13 BC. We have very different issues with them. But the others, I think, need to just know me and Matt are the parents and sis is sis. And she sucks with babies, so that's fine. The little one is all mine. In more positive news, we have Christmas decorations for kind of the first real time, and the kids are very excited. They hide it well because they are used to disappointment, but I think they are secretly really psyched for an actual Christmas. 7 years old tried to write a letter to Santa for the first time and got very overwhelmed, didn't know what to ask for and ended up crying BC she doesn't think he will come anyway. I told her to just not worry about what to ask for as Santa will know what she wants. Don't know what to even tell her about why he has never been before. But I can't wait for them to all get their presents. They're gonna freak out. But also seeing her try to write made me super stressed about her being behind, and I legit emailed her new teacher to see if I can do anything to help her before she starts. 9 years old is so happy she keeps saying she thinks this house is just a dream, and she's gonna wake up at Nan's again. Her and the baby are my little rays of sunshine, Ren. My oldest sister, I think, does shit just to rile me so she can speak to me BC. We had another argument yesterday. She said some horrible crap, talked shit about multiple of my kids, basically told me I'm a bad parent and was like, you need to stop playing house. Then I stopped replying, and next thing she's like, I've sent you $500 for Christmas presents. Like, WTF, do you love me or hate me, I deck? Still got a fuck ton to sort out with the house and everything, and settling in will take a bit, but so far so good with all that, and we are happy to be away from our nan and be out of that house and away from the constant bad memories. Anyway, as always, this is a big update, but it's only taken me 2 sittings for a change. All the kids are still asleep, so I have time, but I'm gonna go get the baby and feed her before they start waking up so she can eat in peace, Lowell. New update. Christmases with the crew, December 26, 2024, 9 days later. Very, very waffly Christmas post for everyone who has been asking how it was. I want to say it was hell magical and perfect, but yeah, that was never going to happen with this many feral kids. The 23rd and 24th were a lot BC of it being a year since our mum left. The kids were clingy AF and just all wound up in like anxious IG. The night of the 23rd, we had 9 years old and 7 years old literally not going to sleep whatsoever. They were a nightmare, to the point that 17 years old offered to take the baby for the night, and I had both girls in my bed, and Matt slept on the floor of my room on 9 years old's mattress. I didn't sleep the entire night. I hated the baby being in the other room and wanted to go get her, but couldn't risk waking the girls up, so I lay there thinking FML. 24th, they were all just a bit weird and or grumpy. Normally they are all in pretty bad moods Christmas Eve because they are prepping for disappointment, so this year was that plus all the feelings since it's been a year since she left plus being in a new place. And I had told them all they were getting presents in advance because I wanted them to be excited this year and not be too overwhelmed on the day. But they were still all just not themselves and not exactly in good moods. Anyway, the morning of Xmas Day finally came, and it was magical seeing them so excited and happy when they opened their presents. I legit cried. Love them kids. They are so grateful for everything, and it kills me. They only got like 10 presents each, but it looked like a lot of gifts everywhere since there are so many of them. Me, Matt, and Sis-2 got each other a couple presents too, which was cool. The kids had a whole convo about how it looked like a movie Christmas in real life. 7 years old near died when she opened a box full of bluey custard pouches, and 9 years old opened one present and stopped for ages, and I was like, hey, aren't you going to open the rest? She was stunned that the others were for her as well. All day, 7 was like, I can't believe Santa knows where we live now. She also thinks Matt has his number and sent the updated address so he gets the creds for that. She got a big hippo stuffy which never left her side all day. The older ones were more quietly happy, but I could tell they were amazed. They all said really genuine thank yous to me and Matt, which is a whole 180 from, why don't you go fuck yourself, Elmau? I stupidly said as a joke, you guys are all being very nice today, huh? Totally jinxed it BC shortly after things went kinda downhill. I went to have a shower, washed my hair, thought OMG, this day is gonna be so fun. Go get my baby back off my sister, and she immediately pukes in my hair BC, someone didn't burp her properly. Rest of the kids have turned chaotic as well. There were happy tears, sad tears. Overwhelmed plus 9 years old broke one of her presents in the first hour, so she was legit distraught. Arguments. I was so exhausted by lunchtime, I legit took the baby and had a nap with her, which I never do, but it was a lot. Told Matt and my sister to deal with the rest of them BC. I needed a break from the noise and the crying, as I walk off with a 3-month-old. Matt took them all out, which was ideal. Had a day off from stressing about food and just told the kids they could eat whatever they wanted. We just literally did like pizza and nuggets and stuff I know they like and did like a buffet type thing, so they could just eat whenever, nothing really special BC. It wasn't the day to be trying to introduce new foods. I was already too tired, and I didn't want to cook. Matt had some fancy smoked salmon and some other fish that he likes, but no one else really ate it, and I didn't try force them BC CBF. Everyone was hyper AF in the afternoon even after Matt took them all to the beach. They got back and were more energetic than before ISTG. Almost lost my shit BC. They made the baby jump like 5 times, and I was so done BC I kept telling them to calm TF down, and they wouldn't. Matt worked some kind of magic, and they listened to him. Pissed me off even more TBH after they ignore me. Youngest 2 did some craft things they got from Santa, and the others were pretty chill, just watched some movies. Then we played a couple games, and that was pretty good. Lots of emotions by the evening IDK what happened, but we went to make dinner and suddenly I had kids disappearing off into different rooms to cry. The baby peed all over 13 years old's new blanket BC someone, Matt, didn't put her nappy on properly. Such a juggling act, especially BC7, who is usually the emotional one having meltdowns, was legit bouncing happily around the whole house, and I'm like, hey buddy, can you chill and not jump around so happily whilst your sister literally hyperventilates? Or do it somewhere else? She had gone selectively deaf, so you can guess how that went. 12 years old and 9 years old had early nights BC. They were upset, and the rest of us got to watch 7 years old perform a play she had made up during everyone else's meltdowns. She said it was Christmas-themed, but it was actually about the Titanic. Except she thinks it got hit by a tsunami. Watched another movie. Then 7 had a meltdown BC. It got to 11 p.m., and I had the audacity to say, "Hey kid, it's bedtime," and she was hell angry that I was making the day end. Wrestled her into her PJs, and she eventually fell asleep after she talked me through the events of the whole day as if I hadn't been there lamau. Anyway, she actually slept pretty good, only woke up like twice, and the baby slept for a solid 6 hours, so yay. My mom didn't message, and my oldest sister only said Merry Christmas, and that she hoped I enjoy the day and emailed me a gift voucher, so that was nice. Expected more drama from my phone, so had it off most of the day, and it was a pleasant surprise when I went back on it. But part of me always stupidly hopes my mom might say something nice like, wish her kids a happy Christmas or something. Dunno why I even think it could happen, but it was a bit of a gut punch to get nothing at all from her. But what else is new? Every day I kinda hope she will message asking how the baby is so I can stop convincing myself that she would be dead if that woman didn't bring her to hospital. Like, I just want Mum to show a tiny bit of care or concern. But she never will, so I need to get over it. But in good news, my sister had a very brief convo with one of my dad's other kids, and it sounds like my dad is in prison for GBH. Apparently they thought it was GBH on my mum, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't so, IDK, how true the whole thing is. But I hope he is in prison, and that should mean my mum won't have any more kids BC for some reason. She only wants to reproduce with my dad specifically. And even though the whole Christmas thing was a lot, and I'm exhausted, it was still mostly really nice. And I have to remind myself that last year at Christmas my mum had just ditched, we had zero money and no gifts, and our nan went to spend the day at my aunt's, but we couldn't go because there are too many of us. So I spent the day trying to get the kids to stop looking out the window, waiting for my mum to come back with presents whilst I sent her like 100 texts. And I didn't have Matt or my sister to help me. When I think of that, I'm really happy with how this year has been, and the fact we have moved is so surreal. This might be my longest post ever. I'm so sorry, Lowell, if you have read this far. Thanks, and hope you had a good Xmas. Editor's note: GBH = grievous bodily harm. Relevant comment? OOP responds to multiple questions on if she and her family need anything. OP: thank you, SM, but we are all good. My sister is on all kinds of Facebook groups and getting some really great stuff cheap or free, so the house is slowly coming together. And I don't want to do wish lists or anything. I was getting so harassed on here last week about making an Amazon wish list. I wrote a whole angry post about it and never actually posted it, BC. Don't want to seem ungrateful, and I do appreciate the kindness so much. But the amount of PPL in my DMs who get so rude when I say thanks but we are okay is like honestly insane. Someone literally said I'm selfish for not letting the kids get more presents by making one, and I got a message Xmas Eve from someone like hell angry. I didn't get back to them in time for them to send something to 7 years old. So yeah, not even gonna go there, but genuinely thank you. I know most of you just want to help, and I can't believe people are so nice to strangers. Honestly, probably why it makes me uncomfortable, BC. I'm like, why TF would a stranger want to buy us something with no other motive than kindness when our own parents wouldn't spend $5 on us, lol. Commenter 1. What a difference a year makes. Hope you saw that when you wrote this. Also, it is amazing you're acknowledging all the feelings that are happening and the likely reasons for them and just going with it rather than making everyone stifle them. You're doing a great job. OOP. I did LOL, I was done writing, and then I realized and was like, OMFG, I'm complaining so much, but remember last year, and then wrote the shit about last year and was like, maybe I should delete the complaining. But I left it BC, don't want to make it seem like I was fine with all the chaos and I'm some kind of saint, when I literally was so done so many times, LMAO. And thank you, SM, hope you had a good Xmas. Story 10. I, 21M, accidentally confessed how I feel to my coworker, 26F, via drunk dial. Original post. Raredit, August 16, 2017. I'm an intern at a law office. She's one of the paralegals. I initially kept to myself as most interns over there do. She approached me first, at the cafe across the street from our building. It was light conversation. She said that she had seen me in the office a few times, asked my name, what I think of the place, etc. Eventually we got to know each other, exchanged phone numbers, went out for lunch, in groups, and just the two of us. I'm not an idiot. I realized there was no way she could ever see me as anything more than the intern she sometimes talks hockey and Game of Thrones with. We both speak Korean as well, so there's that. Sometimes we'll talk in Korean at work. Not full conversations, just a word or two here and there when we're trying to make an inside joke. She's an easygoing person. Funny, smart, and considerate of everyone around her. To be honest, and I know this will sound like a load of shit, but it was hard not to fall for her in some way. That said, I know she doesn't feel the same about me. I'm too young for her. She's casually mentioned that wouldn't date anyone under 23. Makes sense. Although 5 years isn't a lot, it is in terms of adult life experience. I'm still in school. I have 2 roommates. My parents still pay for my phone. Compared to her, I'm a child. For that reason, I've tried my best to set aside the way I feel. I'm usually really good at it. But this weekend I had a little too much to drink at my brother's wedding, and at the end of the night I ended up calling her. It was late. The call went to voicemail. I can't remember exactly what I said, but I definitely used the word love at some point. This happened on Saturday night. She didn't say anything the next day. No call, no text, no email. Not that I expected it. I was just hoping we could get over the awkwardness of it via message instead of in person, morning. I considered texting her myself and apologizing, but I'm immature and an idiot, so I ultimately didn't. The following Monday, I went into working expecting her to either pull me aside and say something or to ignore me completely. She did neither. In fact, she didn't show up to work at all that day. Apparently, she was sick. A small part of me wondered if maybe she was avoiding me, but then I reminded myself that I'm not that important. On Tuesday, I saw her in the lobby. She walked right past me without saying anything and actively ignored me the rest of the day. She's done the same today for the most part. It's a miracle she hasn't gone to HR. I'm still not sure what I said to her in the voicemail, beyond the love confession or how. All I know is that she texted me a couple of hours ago asking if we can talk after work, which brings me here. I agreed to meet her. I don't know what to expect. Beyond sorry, I don't know what to say. Honestly, I regret everything. I know I never had a chance with her, but to go out like this, that's embarrassing. What should I expect going into this? And would it be too much if I offered to leave my internship and find another, just to remove myself from her presence? I don't want to make her feel even more uncomfortable than I have. Sorry if this doesn't make sense. Teldad, Doctor. It was a drunk voicemail. I confessed that I'm in love with her. She's ignored me for a few days, and then a couple of hours ago she texted me asking if we can talk after work. What should I expect going into it? Besides an apology, what should I say? Should I offer to leave so she doesn't have to see me again? Relevant comment. The darkest beer. I want to apologize for the voicemail that I left the other night. It was unprofessional and inappropriate, and I deeply regret if it made you uncomfortable. Don't offer to leave your internship. Make it clear that you understand what you did wrong, apologize, and keep your head down for a while. OP. Thanks. Dirty yogurt. I would also add that you not follow that up with any language that could be interpreted as excusing or rationalizing what you did. Update August 17th, 2017, next day. Sorry for taking so long. I forgot my phone in my car. She and I talked for about an hour after work. Apparently her boyfriend, whom she's never mentioned before, overheard the voicemail when she was listening to it the morning after the wedding. He was understandably upset, seeing as some random guy was confessing to his girlfriend. They had a huge argument about it. He made a bunch of accusations, claiming that people don't fall in love out of nowhere, and some other things. Basically, he was saying that she was emotionally cheating with me, which is so far from the truth. She has only ever behaved appropriately with not just me, but everyone. She was upset. That's why she called in sick and avoided me for a couple of days. Not because she was mad at me, but because of the argument and breakup that followed. I apologized profusely throughout the conversation. At one point, I offered to contact her boyfriend and tell him that it was a drunken, unprompted mistake. But she said that it's okay. The relationship had run its course. Maybe that was why she had never mentioned him before. In any case, I feel really bad for the part I played. I didn't intend for any of this to happen. Surprisingly, she still wants to be friends. Relevant comment. CB Diva, 884. Oh gosh, please don't feel bad. It sounds like her boyfriend was a jerk and not good for her. If he didn't trust her and wasn't willing to hear her out, he didn't deserve her anyway. I would have been upset too, but I wouldn't accuse my partner of cheating. You seem like such a sweet person. If you and her don't fall in love and get married, kidding. There is someone amazing out there for you. I mean it. I can sense you are super kind-hearted and the world needs more people like you. Of course she still wants to be friends. You are awesome. One thing I noticed in your post is you kept saying things like, "Of course she wouldn't be into me." Stop that. Sure, lots of people set age limits and make lists of what they want. It doesn't mean that it's impossible for feelings to develop if you are a good person, funny and enjoyable to be around. Start thinking the opposite. If someone isn't into you, then it's not BC, you aren't amazing. I used to think that way too. You're too good for that. Thanks for the update. OP. That's just my sense of humor, lol. Story 11. Ordered meat in front of my vegan friend. Original post. November 26, 2024. I, 28F, have a friend since college, Mia, 27F. She moved to LA in the last year and became a vegan while I live in the Midwest. I'm supportive of her decision to be vegan, but it's overall not for me. So a couple months back, we were FaceTiming and I was eating an omelet. And she made a comment about, "How can you eat eggs? Don't you know how mistreated those animals are?" I am fortunate enough to own my own home, and as such, I have backyard chickens. The eggs I ate literally came from the hens in my backyard. I brushed it off as a joke and said, "You do know I have my own chickens, right? What, you think I'm some mobster ordering these hens to lay for me as a protection fee? If they don't meet the quota, I tie them up outside and let the coyotes sniff around to scare them into submission." Mia was less than amused and continued arguing with me. I continued to brush it off. So last week I went out to visit her in LA. We hadn't seen each other in over a year. We ended up going out to a restaurant the day I landed, and I ordered a burger with a gluten-free bun. I'm celiac. Well, Mia started raving about how offensive it was to eat meat in front of her and what if she was allergic. I told her, "But you aren't allergic. My eating this doesn't impact you." Mia left for the bathroom. She came back and everything seemed normal until the food arrived. I thought the burger looked weird and asked the server about it. Apparently Mia went and changed my order to a vegan patty while she went to the bathroom. And the kicker, the patty contained gluten. So she literally ordered something that would have made me super sick if I ingested it. I told the server this was a mistake, that I was celiac and could not eat the burger. Mia started going off, saying I was being unreasonable and not open to new things, and how dare I eat meat in front of her. I told her, "You're the one being selfish, not respecting my choice, not to mention putting my health at risk. What the hell is the matter with you?" She refused to relent, so I left the restaurant. Mia was blowing up my phone to pay my part of the tab. I used the spare key she gave me, grabbed my suitcase, left the key with her roommate, and hightailed it to a hotel. Now this is the part where I might be an asshole. I went to a restaurant near my hotel, ordered a steak, and posted it on my socials. Well, of course, Mia saw it and continued to spam me on every platform imaginable. I ended up blocking her. Some of my friends say that taunting her with the steak was too far. Others agree that Mia was out of line changing my order. Relevant comment. Commenter 1. Well, Mia started raving about how offensive it was to eat meat in front of her and what if she was allergic. Then what's the point of going to a restaurant when everyone around her is eating meat? OP, you bring up a good point. And IDK maybe so there was something to fight about or to try and persuade those around her into being like her? I didn't really think that deep on it when she picked the restaurant. Commenter 2. And why isn't it a problem when she eats gluten in front of you? I mean, she literally changed your meal to something you can't eat, not a personal choice. OOP, my issue with gluten arises from eating it. It's not like I'll go into anaphylaxis from being around it. But the symptoms from eating gluten when you have celiac are nothing to scoff at. I agree what she did was really shitty. She's tried to reach out through mutual friends and say she didn't know how bad my reaction to it was. Update November 29th, 2024, 3 days later. Okay, I didn't expect there to be an update on this, but here we go. Recap. My friend Mia changed my order at a restaurant from a burger with a GF bun to a vegan patty that contained gluten without my knowledge. I suffer from celiacs. She wanted to teach me a lesson about veganism. We haven't spoken since. On to the update. So before I had mentioned that Mia was reaching out to mutual friends to try and get in touch with me. Specifically our friend Heather, 28F. And while Heather is a very sweet human being, she's a people pleaser and tends to parrot the last person who spoke to her. Heather lives in town while Mia moved to LA. Heather wants to broker peace as she is very uncomfortable with any sort of conflict. I had Heather over today. She wanted to discuss the Mia situation, and I kept reiterating that I had made up my mind and didn't want to hear it. That if I wanted to talk about Mia and what she did, then I would talk to Mia. So Heather said, "Well, it's not like all her points aren't valid. I mean, look at your chickens." "What about my chickens?" Background. My dad and I built my backyard chicken coop with an attached run. They also get supervised yard time. There are 3 hens. Well, Heather went on to say, and I'm assuming she was parroting Mia at this point, that it was inhumane and unethical to keep my chickens, especially when I live in the Midwest, and that stealing their eggs robs them of nutrients, and it's not like I'm a professional when it comes to chickens. I looked at her and said, "Are you a professional cat wrangler?" She looked shocked and said, "What?" "Me. You have cats, but you're not a professional at it. What do you do when they're sick or acting off?" Heather, "I take them to the vet." "Me, but you're not a professional." Heather, "Well, no, but they're my pets. I wouldn't let something happen to them." Me, "Exactly. Those chickens are my pets. They live a spoiled life." Heather looked away and said, "Well, Mia said she was going to report you for animal abuse." I took Heather outside to see the coop. All 3 of my girls ran up. I showed her around and asked her if this looked like abuse. She said no. I showed her the meals that the chickens are fed. I explained how I ensure the girls get their nutrients and how I put together their meals. I looked at her and said, "What you talk about with Mia is your business. I would hope that you know me and trust me well enough to see that I don't torture my animals. But if you have doubts, I will show you around. I will not be discussing Mia with you any further. I made the choice to go no contact. That doesn't mean you have to take a side or fix things between us." Heather ended up apologizing and saying how Mia sounded so confident in what she was saying that she believed it without a second thought. I ended up feeling so exhausted and still haunted by the ghost of Mia. I don't know how serious she is about reporting me for animal abuse, but there's nothing abusive going on here. I hope she's just spitting venom, hoping that something will get me to unblock her. I can't believe this is the same woman who used to hold my hair in college. And I'm starting to question the level of investment I want with Heather. Relevant. Comment. Commenter 1. Honestly, you need to reduce contact with Heather. Look how ready she was to scold you. How ready to take Mia's side without even bothering to ask you what happened. She's a bad friend. OP. This isn't the first time. Heather is very sweet but easily persuaded. Respectfully, I love her dearly, but if there was ever a friend that would accidentally join a cult, it would be her. I've tried to bolster her confidence over the years to encourage her to think more for herself, but ultimately, you may be right. I may need to step back for my own self-preservation. Commenter 2, this. If someone starts messing with your chickens, you know who it is. Time to sue. After failing to poison you, she's coming after your safe supply of protein. OP. She's in LA, so at least she isn't local. I don't want the restaurant to get into trouble if I were to report it. The server was just a young kid, and my fear is they would pass the buck. Story 12. Tifu by turning my daughter into a wannabe superhero with an incredibly strong moral compass. Original post, September 16, 2024. To preface this story, I am going to start with my opinion. I do not believe what my daughter did was wrong. In fact, I am incredibly proud of her, even though she may have been overzealous. Her reasoning are very much in the right place. We have discussed at length what she should do if ever in this situation again, which I hope she is not. So let's start in the beginning, as it is the best place to start. TLDR at the bottom, as per tradition. Also just letting you all know this is a new account and my first time posting on Reddit. Long-time lurker. If I did anything wrong, sorry. I, 35F, have a wonderful 9-year-old daughter. She is smart and outgoing and just incredibly strong. 2 years ago, me and my ex-husband divorced. He fell out of love with me and fell into the bed of a 21-year-old. It's a story as old as time, but it doesn't hurt any less. About 6 months ago, I was mugged on my way home from work. I was messed up, I was covered in bruises and in a lot of distress mentally. My ex is not a present father. He moved to France for work about 3 months after the divorce was finalized, so he wasn't able to help look after my daughter while I was healing. She spent some time with my mum, but she saw me at my worst. I have a lot of guilt about that. She began getting very anxious to leave the house. She didn't want to leave my side. She was worried Mummy would get hurt again. A friend of mine's son was being bullied at school a while back. She enrolled him in some karate classes, not for fighting, more to build his confidence, and it really worked for him. She suggested that maybe putting my girl in some classes may help her feel more secure. I suggested this to her, and she wanted to do them, but wanted me to do them too. Which, to be honest, was probably a very good decision. I spoke to the sensei and asked if I could sit in on the beginner's class with her, etc. I explained the situation, and he agreed. We both loved it. She picked it up so quick, and she loved the play activities with the other children. A few months after we started, she was leaps and bounds ahead of me and ready to play with a more advanced level of students. The bonus of that is the night the advanced kids met was after the beginner adults met. So we changed out nights. I started training with adults. She carried on with the advanced kids. She has picked it up so quickly. Her confidence in her ability is sky high, too. A few times when we have been out, she has seen something that has worried her, like someone walking towards us, and she will grip my hand a little tighter and move herself in front of me. I keep reminding her I am the adult. We are safe, and this is not her burden. For anyone wondering, mental health care is hard in the UK. We are not very well supported. She has spoken to a counselor that works with her school. She hasn't said that she needs to see anyone more, but we are on a waiting list. Therapy never hurt anyone, so why not look into it? But I can't afford to go private, and the NHS just takes a very, very long time. Fast forward a few weeks, last week was her first week back in school after the summer holidays. There was a new student in her class. We will call them Alex. Alex and my daughter have become the fastest of friends. She couldn't stop speaking about him on Monday when she came home from school. Alex likes this food. Alex likes this TV show. Alex said. Alex did, etc. It's adorable, but my kid has took it upon herself to be Alex's bodyguard. Alex is a very expressive child. They wear a school uniform, but Alex likes to wear nail polish. He has long hair, which they wear pulled back or in a plait. He has bows on his shoes. He just wears what he wants and has the confidence to rock a potato sack if that is what he feels comfy in. His parents are amazing, too. They have been so welcoming of my daughter and me, too. We have had drinks this weekend after the incident, and they are wonderful people. So the incident. Last Thursday, Alex changed his black nail polish for a deep plum purple color. Some of the boys in their class decided to show how bad their upbringing was and told Alex, "You're a boy, you shouldn't wear girly things because that's what makes you gay." Both Alex and my daughter told them to shut up and go bother someone else. This is when one of the bullies says, "If you're wearing girly stuff tomorrow, I'm going to kill you." Yeah, you read that right. So my girl, being a defiant little menace, decided she wasn't going to tell an adult. We have had a very long conversation about this, don't worry, and she was going to handle this herself. Alex also decided he was going to handle things his own way too. Friday morning rolls round, the plum nail polish is gone, and in its place is the most beautiful and vivid pink you have ever seen, and his hair was in an elaborate Viking-style plait. It must have took a while. It was stunning. Well, apparently this was like waving a red flag in front of the bully boy's face. He marched up to Alex and told him he was going to kill him at lunchtime. My girl told him he could try, but she wouldn't let him. Lunch came around, and they were outside for playtime. True to his word, the bully started to run at Alex, and my girl took him out. Now, bear in mind, up until this morning, I only really had the details from 2 9-year-olds. So when Alex told me she flew, I was fairly hesitant to believe him. He told me she punched the boy in the face, made him bleed, which made him cry, and now he is petrified of her. I got a phone call from the school after lunch asking me to come and pick her up because she has been suspended for fighting. Alex was refusing to leave her and saying that if she was suspended, so was he because it wasn't her fault. Alex's dad arrived at the same time I did to collect out kids. The headmaster told us that it was pending an investigation and we would be called in for a meeting on Monday. Obviously, when my daughter told me the full story, I was livid. I asked why she didn't tell a teacher. She said she wanted to handle it, so he knew he couldn't threaten people. But she told a teacher after the fact, and they didn't believe her. So I am even more livid at this point. I contact Alex's parents and discuss, have a drink, bond over our kids, etc. So, this morning, 8 a.m. rolls around. I am sat in front of the headmaster. He begins to bemoan about how my daughter has brought violence to the school, how she has broken a boy's nose, and I shit you not, how this is very unladylike behavior. I was honestly aghast. We are a zero-tolerance school when it comes to violence. My daughter had been stood on top of a little wall at the edge of the playground, essentially keeping watch. She saw the kid running towards Alex. When he got close enough, she launched herself off the wall, straight at the boy. She essentially did a flying punch, landed on him, and then proceeded to lock her arms in his and keep him in place until the playtime supervisor arrived. I asked him how his investigation has gone, and he said he has spoken to the boy, and because this was a completely unprovoked attack, my daughter would be suspended further for the week with a behavior management program, and she would be expected to apologize to the boy she hit. I'll be honest, guys, I've never been the confrontational type. I think it skipped a generation. But in that moment, I summoned the spirit of my little girl. I asked him how he could have completed the investigation if neither my daughter, Alex, or the parents had been involved. How he had come to such a conclusion without any facts or evidence. He just stumbled over his words. I asked him, "So is this what happens when students call someone names and threaten to kill them? You punish the person protecting them." He was silent and said it was the first time he has heard of this, and that he had been told it was unprovoked and my daughter was the only aggressor. I asked him who told him this, and he was silent. I then called him a liar, and that he was informed of the situation because both my daughter and Alex told him. I left the meeting telling him that my daughter was not suspended. However, she would not be in school until the situation had been dealt with to a satisfactory conclusion. I have emailed her teacher and asked her to forward any work she would have been doing in class, and she will do it from home. I have her with me in the office today, and my boss is letting me work from home for the rest of the week. I know I am responsible in part for what she has done. I know violence isn't the answer. I am very proud of her for standing up for what she believes in. But we have had a talk about how she needs to always tell me things like this. I am furious with her school. I called Alex's mom when I got out of the meeting. Alex isn't in today because they are having a meeting this afternoon about the bullying Alex has been subjected to. She has supported my actions, though, and said that if she doesn't get the right response today, she will be pulling Alex too. There aren't many primary schools locally that will have space left for them if the best decision is to pull them out of this school permanently. But I'm not happy with how the headmaster has dealt with the situation, to be honest. Thanks for listening. I just needed to word vomit into a void. I have fucked my daughter up royally, I know. TLDR. My daughter used her karate training to defend her friend from a boy who said he was going to kill him. She broke his nose, but the headmaster is only punishing her. I am livid. Relevant comment? Focalac. I'd be proud of your daughter, too, although, yes, she should have told you sooner and given the adults a chance to sort things out before it got to wherever it got to. Side note, Alex isn't getting enough credit for sticking up for your daughter in the comments. He sounds like a bit of a lad, too. Good for him. OP. Honestly, that kid's a superstar. She has had friends before, but no one like him. It's like they found each other exactly when they needed to. Update September 17th, 2024, next day. Hello, everyone. I am not sure how updating works, but after the many responses I received yesterday, I just wanted to keep you all in the loop of the situation. I asked the mods if I was allowed to post an update, and they agreed. Thank you, mods. If you don't know me, here is my post from yesterday. Firstly, please can I thank everyone in the comments showing support and sharing your own stories. Thank you. I honestly thought, and still do to some extent, that I have fed up and failed my daughter. I thought her need to protect came from the fact she had seen me so broken. A comment which I have now lost said something along the lines of Mummy got hurt by bad people and now her friend is being threatened, so she wanted to stand up for us. As honorable as that is, I don't want my little girl to feel that way. I want her to be a child for as long as she can be. I want her to play with her friends and have no cares in the world apart from who's going to be the goalkeeper or if she wants ham or turkey on a sandwich. Do you know what I mean? I have spent some time with her over the weekend and last night, reassuring her of that fact. I am always in her corner. I am always right behind her, and I will always believe her, no matter what. She has promised me going forward that she will always tell me, from the small things to the big things. I'm her mom, no matter her age. She is always going to be my baby, and I'm always going to go to bat for her. We have also discussed if she feels safe in the school and if she feels the teachers would have dealt with it if she had told them. She said she feels safe, but she doesn't know if they would do anything, but she has never asked. This is something I will be keeping an eye on and discussing with other parents if their children have similar feelings. So, on to the update. My daughter is suspended until Wednesday. I had a meeting with the deputy headmaster because the headmaster is unavailable today. Alex's mum, who for ease I am going to call Joanne, had a meeting with him yesterday afternoon. For context, my meeting with him was about 20 minutes long. Joanne kept him locked in the office with her for nearly 2 hours. In those 2 hours, she made him go through chapter and verse the anti-bullying policy and explain each point to her. Joanne told me she had him admit that what the other child said to Alex alone should have been grounds for punishment. He still claims he had not been told about the threats and wants to open an investigation into his staff to get to the bottom of it. Joanne told him she didn't care right now how he handled his staff. He needs to stop trying to place blame elsewhere and take accountability. She told him her first and only concern right now was that her child had been at the school less than a week and had received a threat of death twice, and the only person being punished is the only person who stood up for him. He reiterated that, "We have a zero-tolerance policy," to which Joanne stopped him mid-sentence and asked him why her son wasn't included in that policy. He apologized and said, "I can see how that could look that way." However, he has not said how he would be fixing it because he has to do another investigation. I am starting to think he has a word of the day calendar or something. My meeting with the deputy head was very basic. I think it was essentially just to placate me. But I have everything documented if I need to go through this again. My daughter has been suspended for fighting. She can return to school tomorrow morning. I did ask if the other child will be punished, but was told they can't discuss the other child in TBH that is fair. But I will be monitoring the situation. There will be no behavior report or forced apology. Last night we went to Alex's house and had dinner. Alex keeps telling my daughter, "You're on my Christmas card list for life." I don't know where he got it from, but they think it's hilarious. My daughter has convinced Alex to try karate. They are very excited. It's karate night for us on Thursday. I will be talking with Sensei Paul about the altercation, just so they can have a chat about safety, when to fight, etc. More than anything else, I just want her to be safe. She isn't an army, she is still a little person, and she needs to remember that sometimes. I also told my daughter I told her story to some people online, and I showed her some of the nicer comments. I asked her if she would like to choose a name you can call her. She has chosen Hawk. Suddenly something clicked into place. The flying punch she did, it was a cobra punch. The character Hawk, Cobra Kai, does them a lot. You sort of kick your leg like you're going to kick the opponent, but instead move with a punch. No one has taught her this move, but I have seen her jump off the settee and sort of do it before. When we started doing karate, I took that as an opportunity to introduce her to the Karate Kid series, and obviously following that we started Cobra Kai. She is absolutely obsessed with Hawk and Tori. Minor spoiler for Cobra Kai. Please don't talk to her about the end of the last season. She is very upset with Tori right now. So we have now had another discussion about how we shouldn't replicate things we see in TV and movies. Parenting is hard, and I have the teen years to come yet. I might just dye my hair gray now and get it over with. One more thing I would like to address. I had 2 really horrid DMs regarding Alex's gender identity and sexual orientation. Firstly, they are 9. He is figuring out who he is. If they are LGBTQ+, then that's who they are, but it's no one's place but Alex's to determine that. He likes bright colors, he likes how makeup and nail polish makes people look. He is just unapologetically himself, and we can all learn a thing or two about that. Oh, another thing, I never understood why people felt the need to justify themselves to the people in the comments claiming their stories were AI generated, but now experiencing it, it kind of stings a little. I am not writing this for validation. I don't know enough to care about whatever karma points are, and I wouldn't know how to use ChatGPT if my life depended on it. I can't prove to you I'm human and this is real, nor does it really matter. But please be careful who you say that to. Someone could be out here pouring their heart out, and you completely diminish that by diminishing them. Just be kind to people, or don't say anything at all. You know what they say, opinions are like arseholes. Everybody has one and they all stink. Anyways. Hawk saw some of the comments saying she deserves a treat. A lot of you were saying ice cream. She doesn't want that. She wants a sword. Apart from being terrifying sometimes, I think she is going to be okay. I am going to buy her this training sword, and I think maybe some books about the samurai. If anyone has any other suggestions, I am all ears. I don't know if they will be a good or bad role model, but she seems like she has developed a passion for martial arts. And I am all about supporting physical activities, but getting some history in there would be amazing too. I'm sorry. I intended to keep this brief, but I just seem to waffle. I think I need to find more adults to talk to, haha. I was never much into journaling growing up, but I can see why people do it. It's nice to just get everything in your head out of there and in black and white. Things can seem a lot more simple when they are on the page. Anyway, I am not sure what the future holds, but I know we will tackle it head-on, sword in hand, apparently. Thank you for the love. I really needed it. You are all great people. TLDR. Daughter is suspended until tomorrow. Headmaster ate a piece of humble pie and is possibly now traumatized. Alex is going to try karate, and my daughter wants the internet to know her as Hawk, and she also wants a sword. Story 13. Should I tell an employee I had a dream predicting his death? Original post, August 24th, 2018. I know this is a bizarre question. I just woke up from an incredibly vivid dream in which a fortune teller told me that one of my favorite best employees was going to die on September 25th, 2024. I'm not sure I even believe in psychic dreams, but it felt so vivid and certain that, were this just a friend or someone I worked closely with, I would tell them about my dream. But when I consider telling my employee about it, I just kind of imagine the letter that they could write you from their perspective. Dear Allison, did my boss just low-key threaten my life? I shouldn't tell my employee, right? I do actually kind of want to warn him. P.S. I promise to update on September 26th, 2024 and let you know what's up. Update December 2nd, 2024, 6 years later. A promise is a promise. I'd only been working at that job a few months when I wrote in. As far as I know, my former employee is very much alive and even asked me for a reference a few months ago. He was a mostly good employee, but had been promoted too fast and fell into the classic trap of thinking there's a level of seniority or management that exists where you no longer have to work to build consensus with stakeholders and can just do whatever you like. He eventually left for another job, which he then left to run his own company, which went under after 3 months. He's at another company and unhappy enough to be looking for his next big thing. I left the job where I managed him in early 2021, so if I'm the most recent reference he thinks might have something positive to say, well, he might not have died in 2024, but the jury's still out on his career. P.S. Thanks to you for telling me not to say anything and to the commenters for asking what the hell was wrong with me. Later that year I was diagnosed as autistic. Not something I consider to be wrong with me per se, but definitely explains why I didn't see an issue with wanting to tell him, and to this day I would prefer someone tell me if they had the same dream. I'm in a new job with a boss who loves my direct and strategically minded demeanor, and I have gotten better at knowing when not to say something. Although I now have good friends both at work and outside work who will tell me when I can't say something. Story 14. My 26M girlfriend, 26F of 1.5 years, won't stop comparing herself to an old friend, fling of mine, and it is really pushing me away. Original post April 21st, 2017. Melissa and I have been dating for a little less than 2 years. It's been an amazing relationship, admittedly my only one, but I am really happy with her. We are both in PhD programs at the same university. It's where we met, but in different STEM fields. We've been considering moving in together, getting pets, and overall I'd say our relationship is pretty serious, and she has even mentioned getting married before. I can definitely see a future with her, but it's still a bit early for me, and right now I'd like to focus on my research and securing a future that can support both of us. She took that kind of harshly, but I just wasn't ready to commit to something like that yet. That was the only bump we've had until Natalia entered the picture again. Some background info. Natalia and I went to the same college for undergrad. She studies the same branch of biology that my current GF studies and is a year younger than I am. We were in the same science-related clubs and a professional fraternity together and quickly became very close friends, as Natalia and I had extremely similar personalities and interests. We spent weekends together, were each other's dates to all formal events, but we never dated even though we both liked each other and slept with each other. We were just too scared to ask the other what they wanted. It sounds silly and immature, but that's just what happened. We were essentially FWB for 2 years, but we always knew that we had very different plans for the immediate future. I was graduating before her, and she was going to move to another country to work and do research before coming back to the States for her PhD. It was kind of an unspoken recognition that when I graduated we were going to go our separate way, but we always joked that maybe we would run into each other again since we had the same dream school for grad school. We tried to remain in contact when I left, but it was just too hard on both of us. We missed each other, but were busy with our own lives and eventually stopped talking. No hard feelings. It happens. We moved on. That was almost 5 years ago. Before Melissa, I used to wonder if Natalia and I could have made it together, but now that I have a girlfriend, that hasn't popped into my head at all. I am happy now, or at least I was. Last year, Natalia was accepted into the PhD program at my university. It's the same dream school we talked about years ago. I didn't know this until a little over half a year ago. One day my girlfriend came over because she was really upset. I will spare most of the details, but basically a professor in her department had told her that he had room for one more grad student to join him on one of his research trips to South America the following summer. My girlfriend really thought he was going to pick her because they had a pretty good relationship, but he had met with her and told her that there was a new grad student that already had experience with this particular species, worked with the South American university he was collaborating with, and spoke Spanish. She was denied the position, and I tried to explain to her that some people just have different expertise. Over the next month, she would tell me more and more about this new grad student and how everyone who met her practically fell in love with her or found her extremely interesting, that she was super cool, fawned over her, etc., etc. It made my girlfriend extremely sad because she has always had issues with insecurity and feeling like she has to try extra hard for people to think she's worth anything. I tried to tell my GF that she is great at what she does and to stop comparing herself to other people because it just makes her upset. But she said, "No underscore 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 underscore. You haven't seen her yet. She's extremely smart. She's been all over the world. She's a literal 10. Natalia is utter perfection." I kind of froze at that moment because somehow I immediately knew this was my friend. I kept trying to tell my GF all the ways I admired her, but I realized it wasn't helping, so all I would do was listen to her and be someone she could vent to. I admit I was curious, but I didn't want to complicate things for Melissa, so I didn't try to contact Natalia or find out if it was even her. A few weeks later, however, I ran into her at a cafe on campus. It was really great to see her again. We sat with each other for about an hour and a half, just catching up with one another. I told her about my research and she told me about hers. She had accomplished so much for herself in the few years since I had seen her last, and I was so happy for her. I told her I had a girlfriend who was in the same department as she was, and she asked if we could all hang out sometime since she was still new to the town. Natalia seemed really excited and not at all disappointed. We exchanged numbers and parted ways. It felt evident to me that we had moved on. Whatever romantic feelings we had for each other were purely platonic now. We were both doing very well and genuinely happy. That night I told my girlfriend that I ran into Natalia, and she was actually a really good friend of mine from college. I knew my girlfriend felt really insecure at work and in the lab, and I did not want her to feel threatened within our relationship. I suggested we all have lunch sometime so she can meet her because I actually thought they could get along. GF was kind of taken aback and immediately started asking me if I ever liked Natalia, if she was my ex, and if we dated. I said, no, we never dated, we were only friends, but I did like her a lot. I reminded her that this was 4 years ago, and that I have not thought about her at all since I started dating GF. GF left the house for the night because she said she was really stressed and didn't want to think about it right now. I felt like I had done something wrong and decided I wouldn't mention Natalia again. Ever since that night, GF would ask me really strange questions, like if I thought she was smart enough. Of course I think she's smart. The university we are at is one of the best in the nation. She then said, well, you and Natalia went to XX Ivy League University for undergrad, and I went to XX State University, so she's clearly beat me both time. I was appalled and told her there is no competition. I am with you. It doesn't matter where you went to undergrad, look at where you are now. She just wouldn't stop talking about how much more experience Natalia has, and how much better her resume probably looks. She would ask me this multiple times, and it really upsets me to see how much she works herself up over these things. What's worse is when she compares her looks to Natalia's. Lately, Melissa will not stop complaining about how pale she is, how easily she sunburns, how short her hair is, how nothing fits her well. She says, I wonder how Natalia stays so skinny. I wish I was mixed like Natalia. Natalia is so exotic looking. I always tell her how beautiful she looks, how attractive I find her. Melissa is beautiful. I love everything about her, even though she doesn't. I would never say this to Melissa. It's even difficult to write, even though Melissa has said it to me, but Natalia is definitely more conventionally attractive woman in terms of arbitrary societal beauty standards, but that doesn't matter to me. I don't love my GF just because of her looks, but it's so difficult to convince someone that you find them attractive when they want to jump out of their own skin. I have caught Melissa stalking Natalia's Facebook profile, Instagram lab page. It's ridiculous. I can't understand why she does it when it gets her so upset. Melissa isn't fat at all, but lately she has been rejecting me when I try to initiate sex because she feels fat or not sexy enough, and I think this is due to the aforementioned insecurities. I try to talk her through them, but it always ends with the same conclusion, and she says, I'm sorry I'm not goof enough. I only talk to Natalia in the cafe. We have lunch together maybe twice a week, but we never plan it. I have always ate lunch at the same time at the same place, and Natalia will come in every few days, and when she does, we sit together for about an hour and talk. Occasionally, she will text me before lunch asking if I'm there or planning on going there, and that's the only time we text or talk outside of the cafe. I feel like this is an appropriate amount of communication for two friends. I feel bad for never being able to hang out with her, but I know it would upset Melissa. There have been a few times when Melissa has joined me in the cafe and Natalia has sat with us. Honestly, Melissa is straight up rude to her. At first, I think she tried to be nice, but just got too upset. She either remains silent or responds with really short, cold answers. It makes me really sad because I know Melissa is struggling with insecurities, but Natalia is a really good friend of mine who has only been nice to me. She has invited me and Melissa out numerous times, and each time Melissa declines. I once told her I was going to attend a comedy show with Natalia. It was a comedian I once took Natalia to see in college, and Melissa broke down, so I decided I wouldn't ever go anywhere with Natalia unless Melissa was there too. Some of you might say, why don't you just stop talking to Natalia? Is she more important than your relationship with Melissa? I don't really know what to do. I see Natalia for 2 hours a week and we don't hang out or even talk outside of that. I have given Melissa no reason to think I am cheating or being unfaithful. Natalia has only ever been a good friend to me, and I shouldn't have to cut her out of my life when she already plays such a little role. It feels kind of unfair to me because, honestly, sometimes I wish I could see Natalia more because she's a really wonderful, interesting person, but Melissa is definitely a priority in my life, so I have kept our friendship very casual and minimal. I think there is a bigger problem in that Melissa is not the same person I entered a relationship with. She's sad, always stressed, much more cranky and snappy with me. Her insecurities make her shy away and retreat into herself so it feels like I can never reach her anymore. She has been denying me sex and complaining about how she isn't good enough for me, and it has honestly been pushing me away from her. I find that I no longer want to deal with her insecurities and constantly validating that I love her. I have suggested therapy before because I think the real problem is not Natalia, but Melissa's underlying insecurities. This is not normal and it causes her so much unnecessary stress. Melissa always says, "Okay, I will think about it." And when I bring it up again, she gets really defensive, asking me why I think something is wrong with her. I don't. I just think a professional would be able to help her work through her own thoughts better so that she can accept herself more, because clearly what I am saying to her doesn't get through. It's hard to see her so unhappy. Edit. Because someone asked, I should have clarified that I also told Melissa that Natalia and I slept with each other in college. I didn't hide that from her. I can see why that would upset her, but I really tried to stress how long ago it was, and how I was happy with Melissa now in the past does not affect anything about how I feel now. TLDR. My GF Melissa has a borderline obsession with my old FWB Natalia. She won't stop comparing herself to Natalia, and it has been making her stressed, insecure, and depressed. No matter what I tell her, she claims she isn't good enough for me, and it has been making me feel less attracted to her. She refuses to go to therapy, and I feel like this is only going to take a bigger toll on her life. How can I help her? My 26M girlfriend, 27F, cut my ex-FWB out of pictures in an album my mother made for me. She ruined pictures of my friend that passed away, and I'm heartbroken. May 13th, 2017. Alright, so I posted here a few weeks ago concerning my GF Melissa and my ex-FWB from college Natalia. The gist of the story was that Melissa kept comparing herself to Natalia, who is a grad student in her field of biology, who she feels is basically the epitome of perfection. It got to the point where Melissa would spend hours staring at pics of Natalia, and every time I tried to be intimate with her, she would shut me down saying she wasn't good enough. I got a lot of H*T in the last post because Natalia and I ate lunch together a few times a week, but as a lot of commenters suggested, I eat at a different place now and no longer see Natalia. I think Natalia took the hint and we haven't spoken since I posted that. Anyway, I'm posting now because I feel Melissa's obsession with Natalia hasn't gotten better at all, and she did something that I'm not sure I consider forgivable. When I graduated from college, my mom made me a photo album of pics with me and all my friends doing whatever it is college students do. It means a lot to me because I rarely see my old friends, and unfortunately, one of them passed away, so these are physical representations of cherished memories. Yesterday afternoon, I received a Facebook message from my late friend Dan's mother. She asked me if I had any pics of Dan from our fraternity events. We were in the same professional fraternity. I said of course, and that I would scan them and send them over to her. I looked through my album and was suddenly shocked to find a few pictures in which Natalia was cut out of the photo. Some were just of me and her. Some were of a group of friends. After flipping a few more pages, I saw one that broke my heart. It was a picture of Natalia, Dan, and a few other friends during one of our formals, as we were all in the same fraternity. I kept searching through and found that this was the case for maybe 12 pictures, 3 including Dan. It felt like I had swallowed a pound of rocks, and I honestly just felt so angry. I knew it had to be Melissa, as I would never have done this. I sent the uncut pics to Dan's mom and texted Melissa, asking her if she was still on campus so we could meet. When I saw her, I asked her why she cut my photos, and she said, "What are you talking about?" But I could tell from her face she knew she was caught. I was so furious. I told her that it was extremely disrespectful, and that she had no right to destroy them the way she did. I even mentioned that some of the pictures she cut were taken with my friend who had passed away, and now she had ruined them. She immediately started crying and apologizing, saying she didn't know what came over her. She said she still has the pictures of Natalia and that she can put them back together. I felt like I was going to explode, so I just excused myself and left. Melissa has been blowing up my phone, but I haven't read any of the messages or listened to the voicemails. I feel so drained. I got a lot of shit on my last post, so I bet a lot of you will think I had this coming. I know I can't convince you of how hard I've tried to make Melissa feel like she's the only girl I wanted to be with. No matter how many times she has asked me if she's pretty, if I find her sexy, if I think she is smart, I always tell her how amazing I find her, but it just isn't enough. Maybe I should have never ever spoken to Natalia when I found out she was attending the same university as me, but I don't think that gives my ex-GF, the right to destroy my property. The album has literally sat on my shelf for years. It's not like I look at it every day and fawn over my ex. I have never even shown it to Melissa, so she must have been snooping through my belongings, which honestly I wouldn't even care about if she hadn't destroyed the pictures of my dead friend because of her petty jealousy. I just feel exhausted. I feel like I'll never make Melissa happy. I could have done things differently, sure, but I feel like she never tried to work on her insecurities and confidence in herself either. TLDR. My GF cut my ex-FWB out of photos in my album, and I feel like this is a huge overstep of boundaries. Some of the pictures she destroyed were of my friend that passed away, and I don't think I can forgive her. Relevant comment. Hyacinth, 234. Why the hell are you still in this relationship? Break up now, right now. Go no contact. Block her on everything. She's freaking insane. She's the type of ex that would turn into a stalker, so make sure you block her on everything you can. Up. This happened maybe 24 hours ago, and I've since made up my mind. I'm done. The past few months have completely depleted me, and this was the final straw. OOP on getting the missing pieces back? It's a good idea to try and repair them, but I don't even want to be around Melissa at this point. I feel so sick inside. I still can't believe she would do this. And why did she keep the pieces? I find that so unnerving. And maybe I'll ask for them back. I think it's super weird that Melissa kept them in the first place. Like, what does she do with them? I might just ask my friends or my mom if they still have the originals. How ironic is it that I'm sure Natalia has at least one of them, and if I wanted to ask her, I know she'd give them to me. Sigh. Claude_Shay. I'm sorry this happened to you, man. What she did was so beyond reasonable. It was an invasion of your privacy, destruction of cherished mementos, and completely insane. That said, she may have kept the pieces because she felt a little guilty about what she was doing and thought maybe if she got caught, having kept the pieces would make it okay and you couldn't get mad. I wonder if she'll say that to you as a last resort. Something like, you shouldn't be that mad because I kept the pieces. You can just put it back together. As if that erases the horrible things she did to your photo album. Glad you are breaking up with her, and I'm sorry about your friend. OP. Thank you. I'll see if I can get the pieces back, and then I'm never speaking to her again. The only comfort I get out of it is that I know Dan would be laughing his head off if he knew what happened. He had an interesting sense of humor like that. I, 27M, think my ex-GF, 28F, is stalking my friend, 26F, wondering if there is something I can do. March 3rd, 2018. Dang, can't believe I remembered the password to this account, but here we are. This time, it's not really about me, but I thought it would be most appropriate to post on my account since it's related to my ex-GF Melissa, who I had posted about twice. Feel free to creep through the history. My ex-GF Melissa was very jealous of my old FWB/her colleague Natalia. Her obsession was extremely unhealthy, and she did something to me that I considered unforgivable, hence the breakup. Now this was 9 months ago, and since then Natalia and I have rekindled our friendship. She knows why Melissa and I broke up and felt very guilty, but she was always a good friend to me and I like having her in my life. I know I'm going to get a lot of shit for this, and people will say they saw it coming, but whatever. I'm not asking for judgment. What's done is done, and I thought we had all moved on. Last month, me, Natalia, and a few of our friends were out playing billiards. As I was giving Natalia and her roommate a ride home, the roommate says, "Ann, did you tell him about the thing?" Natalia responded no, and her roommate pressed her, but she stayed firm. I texted her later to see what was the matter, but she assured me it was nothing. This past week, her roommate called me and asked if we could meet up. She sat me down and said that she thinks me XGF is stalking Natalia. I was taken aback but not completely shocked at this accusation given Melissa's past. She told me that it started out with obvious fake FB profiles sending friend requests and then vile hate messages. Then Natalia was getting calls from random numbers that said they were following up Craigslist escort ads with her name. Picture and number. Roommate knew about the picture situation and immediately suspected Melissa. That was a few months ago. Last month, Natalia and some friends were heading back from the movies, and a guy in Melissa's grad school cohort saw a car parked along Natalia's street and said, "Hey, what's Melissa doing here?" This freaked her out, as she had seen that car parked there several nights a week for the past 3 months. This was the thing she didn't want to mention to me. This week, her growth chamber was contaminated. Apparently, someone let disease-carrying aphids into a few sections of the greenhouse and ruined a few of the grad students' crop plant experiments. I'm not a biologist, sorry IDK the details. Anyway, it was a pretty big deal for the grad students who needed to restart their experiment, including Natalia, but her PI thought it must have been some undergrad who forgot that you're not supposed to enter the greenhouse after being in the aphid room. Her roommate, who is in the same department as Melissa and Natalia, thinks it was foul play on Melissa's behalf. Apparently, she's been bad-mouthing Natalia ever since we broke up. Obviously, that is a very strong accusation with no real proof, so she hasn't spoken to administration about it. It is really scary to think Melissa would go to such a length to hurt somebody else. It sounded to me like Natalia is being stalked, but she doesn't want me to know. I brought it up with her yesterday, and she confirmed what the roommate said. She dismissed the greenhouse incident, saying she doesn't want to think someone had it out for her. Also, she thought it was unlikely because the risk was so great. If it was done on purpose and the person was caught, they would be expelled from the program without a second thought. She did admit to having the feeling of being followed and that she'll be at a grocery store or cafe and think she sees Melissa there too. She thinks she's just paranoid and letting her roommate get to her head, but that this happens more frequently since we've started hanging out. I asked her if she has spoken to Melissa or wanted me to say something, and she said, absolutely not. I'm feeling like this is all my fault and I keep screwing up. If I had left Natalia alone after breaking up with Melissa, this wouldn't be happening to her. I haven't spoken to Melissa since the breakup, only to return the items she kept in my house. And I don't think speaking to her about this would do any good. I wouldn't doubt that Melissa is capable of stalking and/or sabotaging Natalia's work given her history, but I haven't seen anything with my own eyes yet. Is there something I can do before this gets worse? In my last few posts, many people said I had handled things wrong, and I want to make sure I do something right for once. Do I stay out? Do I investigate? Please give me advice and not judgment right now. I am worried for my friend. Teal.daughter. I think my XGF is stalking my friend. XGF has history of jealousy and unhealthy obsession with friend, and I'm wondering if there is something I can do before it escalates. Relevant comment. Practical matters. You do nothing. Natalia needs to start keeping a very detailed ledger of each incident where she suspects Melissa is harassing her. She needs to report to campus police that she has a stalker to get a paper trail going. OP. Both her and her roommate are doing this just in case. Her roommate feels 100% sure that the greenhouse incident was Melissa's doing. Natalia is waiting for more proof. Story 15. We beat her for not wanting to participate in my family's one-gift swap Christmas idea? Original post, November 2nd, 2024. So last night, I, 22M, went with my mom to visit my brother, Leaf, 27M, at his apartment. My other brother, Dax, 24M, was also there. We were hanging out, eating, and just catching up since it's rare we're all free at the same time. Christmas is going to be weird this year because for the first time, we're not all spending it together. Dax is spending the holiday with his in-laws, wife, and kids, and Leaf is doing the same. I'll be with my mom, stepdad, my partner, and grandma. We're planning to get together sometime after Christmas so we can all see each other, but it's not the same. Anyway, while we were talking, Dax brought up an idea he's really excited about. He wants us all to spend $50 on a single gift, wrap it in neutral wrapping paper, and then do a gift swap. The way it works is the first person picks a gift, and each person after can either pick a new gift or steal an opened one. At the end, the first person gets one last chance to swap with anyone if they want. The thing is, I really don't want to do this. To me, Christmas isn't about receiving gifts, it's about giving them. I love spending time picking out something thoughtful for each person, something I think will genuinely make them happy. Seeing their reactions means a lot to me. This one gift swap thing just feels too impersonal and honestly kind of corporate. And before anyone asks, no, my brother isn't tight on money. He's actually pretty well off, much more than me, but that's not the point. So, Wibda, if I told my brother I'd rather not participate in his gift swap idea. I'd still love to give everyone personal gifts, but I just don't want to do this impersonal gift exchange. It just doesn't feel right to me. Edit. Wow, I wasn't expecting so many replies, and I can't respond to everyone, so I thought it would be best to put this all in an edit. Anyway, everyone in my family is pretty well off, including all of Dax's in-laws, Leaf and his in-laws, etc. Leaf and his wife aren't really into the idea of doing White Elephant this year, and neither are my mom or stepdad. We all know how complicated Christmas gets as the family grows, and we'd honestly prefer to do Secret Santa instead. Also, just for context, Dax's mother-in-law is outright refusing to participate in White Elephant and is insisting on an expensive gift instead. If she doesn't get one, she won't come to their Christmas celebration, which is just adding to the drama. My brother Dax can be very controlling, and most of the time we just let him have his way because it's easier than dealing with the tension if he doesn't. He tends to make everyone uncomfortable if things aren't exactly how he wants them. My mom also isn't thrilled about doing White Elephant because of what happened last year. She and my grandma booked a holiday home in Salem for Christmas, with my mom covering about 90% of the cost and my grandma pitching in around 10%. But then my brothers ended up getting our grandma a gift to thank her while giving nothing to our mom, who had covered most of the expenses. To make it worse, Dax and Leaf both got their mothers-in-law expensive gifts, but didn't even think to give our mom something small. My mom isn't materialistic at all. She'd be happy with just a thank you card. But that's part of why she's not on board with White Elephant this year. For me, I'd rather skip getting a gift altogether than end up with something I don't want. So this year I've decided to focus on gifts for my partner. It's her second Christmas with us and her family doesn't celebrate. As well as gifts for my mom, stepdad, grandma, and all the nieces and nephews. At the end of the day, we just want to find a middle ground that works for everyone. We're hoping Dax can feel satisfied too, but we'll see. I'll keep you updated on any compromises or what ends up happening in December. Update November 27th, 2024. So I posted here a while back about this, Wibta, for not wanting to do my family's one gift swap Christmas idea. Well, buckle up because here's the update. You can find the original on my page. TLDR recap. My brother Dax, 24M, suggested doing White Elephant for Christmas instead of exchanging individual gifts. This idea was not well received. I, 22M, am in a family group chat with Dax, my other brother Leaf, 27M, their wives Megan, 29F, and Blair, 27F, our mom, 61F, stepdad, 60M, grandma, 79F, stepsisters Edie, 22F, and Tatum, 19F, and my partner Maeve, 23F, who isn't in the chat but is very relevant here. Dax announced his idea like a dictator issuing a decree, not like, hey, thoughts? Let's just say, the family vibes have been shaken. What went down? A few days ago, Grandma told us Dax had something important to share. Turns out it was him rehashing the White Elephant plan, complete with rules. And not like, what do you guys think? More like, this is what we're doing. No discussion. Here's the thing about Dax. He's a control freak. Last year, he strong-armed us into Secret Santa, which most of us hated but didn't challenge because you don't mess with Dax. This year, I decided to grow a spine and said, Hey, this isn't fun for most of us. White elephant feels corporate and joyless. It's not what Christmas means to our family. I even suggested sticking to Secret Santa if the issue is cost. Apparently this was blasphemy. The fallout. Not long after, Mom called me in tears. She admitted the white elephant idea made her feel awful. She said it hurts that her sons don't want to buy her a Christmas gift anymore, especially when she does so much for everyone. She then went full mom mode in the group chat. She said she doesn't like the white elephant idea because she loves personal gift-giving. She directly asked Megan and Blair if they planned to skip individual gifts for their own families, too. Both Megan and Blair said, "Oh no, we'll still get individual gifts for our families." Cue Mom's second call to me, angrier and sadder. She feels like she's being treated as a second-class family member by her sons, who'll put effort into gifts for their in-laws but can't be bothered for her. And honestly, she has a point. My brothers either buy her last-minute junk or forget entirely. Maeve and the stepsisters joined the rebellion. I called Maeve to vent, and she was fuming. She's been budgeting over $300 to get thoughtful gifts for everyone. First Christmas with my family, wants to make a good impression. She said if it's going to be white elephant, it's a waste. Her gifts won't even go to the right people. Meanwhile, my stepsisters Edie and Tatum jumped in to say they also hate the white elephant idea. Edie even called it lazy on Dax's part. Hero. Dax, feeling the heat, proposed a vote. White elephant or Secret Santa. By this point, though, I was done. I dropped out entirely, and so did Edie, Tatum, Maeve, Mom, Stepdad, and Grandma. Enter Blair, the plot twist queen. Blair suddenly chimed in with a new idea. Since so many people are dropping out, let's just do gifts for the kids. She framed it like a compromise, but really, it was her way of shutting down the adults entirely. Dax, Leaf, and Megan jumped on board, and Dax declared, "Christmas is only for kids." Okay, sure, Dax. Where things stand. So now, it's chaos. Mom, Maeve, Edie, Tatum, and I have decided we'll exchange gifts with each other. We're still getting presents for the kids because they're innocent in all this, but Dax, Leaf, Megan, and Blair? They're getting nothing from us. Christmas plans are totally up in the air. And honestly, this whole thing has killed the holiday vibe for me. It's a mess. And while it's not the resolution I wanted, at least I know who's on Team Christmas spirit. Final thoughts. If Christmas is just for kids now, then Dax, Leaf, Megan, and Blair can go be kids together. Meanwhile, I'll be over here with my mom, stepsisters, and Maeve, celebrating with love, laughter, and thoughtful gifts. So yeah, not the happy update, but there it is. Thoughts? Am I still the a-hole? Also, any tips for surviving awkward family Christmas dinners would be much appreciated. Update to November 28th, 2024. Holy freaking shit! My brother might be in debt! I'm at work right now, so sorry for any grammar mistakes. I'm literally typing this on my phone while heading back to my desk. But yeah, Dax finally came clean to my mom about why he's been pushing the whole Secret Santa thing last year and this white elephant deal this year. Turns out he's drowning in debt. Apparently, Dax and his wife Megan have been spending like they're loaded. Fancy vacations, high-end crap, you name it. They've almost maxed out their credit cards trying to live like they're in a Real Housewives episode. Now they're up to their eyeballs in debt. Dax admitted to my mom that he's dealing with some heavy PTSD and said he's going to start therapy because he's lost and doesn't know what to do. My mom told him straight up, he's got to quit blowing money like this and walk away from this stupid deal on the new house they're trying to buy. But Dax being Dax, he's not listening. He's terrified his friends and coworkers are going to judge him if he doesn't keep up this whole rich guy act. Like, dude, nobody cares as much as you think they do. Egos are wild, huh? Look, I feel bad for my brother, I really do. But at the same time, how do you spend money like it's Monopoly cash and not think it's going to catch up to you? Still, I wish I could help him. I can't help financially. I don't make much. But I can at least help him and Megan with the kids so they can maybe figure this mess out. As for Christmas, I tried to be petty. I thought about only buying gifts for the family members, not doing this white elephant nonsense, plus my nieces and nephews. But my guilt kicked in, so I ended up getting something for Dax, Megan, Leaf, and Blair too. I know they're probably not going to get me anything, but whatever. Christmas isn't about presents anyway. I just hope Dax wakes up from this and learns to stop spending money he doesn't have. But I can't say that to him, you know? Younger brother and all that. Anyway, holy shit. If there's another update, I'll post. Hope you guys have a good holiday. Relevant comment. Confor America. YTA, no gifts for anyone would have been better. You are just enabling the toe of them. OP. You can see it that way, but like I said, I don't care if I get gifts or not. I just like giving personal gifts. I love buying things for people because gift giving is my love language. The whole point of my original post was that I was upset my brother was taking away my choice to buy gifts for people and trying to dictate what everyone else does. I didn't want to do a white elephant exchange because I don't like buying generic gifts. I want to get each person something I know they'll like, not something that'll just sit on a shelf collecting dust or get regifted to someone else. Like I said, I love buying gifts for people. I'm not in it for what I get in return. P.S. I'm going to do everything I can to help my brother and his family. I'm planning to pick up an extra job or two so I can make some more money and help him out with his debt. This is what I've always done. I help my family and friends get out of their debt messes because my two main love languages are gift-giving and acts of service. Of course, I don't want my brother to suffer, but I do hope he sees this as a learning experience and appreciates what he has. Chaotic Good 790? So not only are you enabling them, but you're getting a job to help them from their own mess. I hope you're a troll, BC. You are an idiot if not. OP. Look, it's a complicated situation. I've always been the kind of person who wants to take on everyone's problems, figure out what's bothering them, and fix it. I'm a fixer. That's just how I am. I worry about Dax. We don't have the best relationship, and we didn't really talk much after he moved out 7 years ago. But whenever he's had trouble, I've done what I could to help. I'm worried he might start drinking again because of the stress and depression. He's been sober for 2 years now, and I'm really proud of him for that. But I don't know what to do. Part of me thinks I should step back and let him handle this himself, since he's the one who got himself into this mess. But another part of me just wants to fix it all, figure it out, and make everything okay. Honestly, I feel like crying because I feel so bad for my brother. I don't want to enable him, but I also don't want him to suffer. Nothing about this is black and white. It's all shades of gray. Final update November 29th, 2024. This will be my final update on this post, and honestly, probably my last post on Reddit for a while. I'm planning to sign out and focus on dealing with everything going on. It's super late here, and I just got back from seeing my mom. Apparently, someone sent her the post, and she told me she was disappointed. Not in a harsh way, but because I've been carrying the weight of trying to fix my brother Dax's issues all on my own. I don't know why, but hearing her say it made something in me finally break. I realized I'd been struggling so much internally without even noticing. My mom said she could tell something was wrong because I've stopped eating properly and, in her words, look like a Victorian child. I didn't fully realize how much stress I've been carrying until now. She reminded me that it's not my job to take on all of this. She also said that Dax, as stubborn and impulsive as he is, will figure out his own mess in time. On top of that, my mom's been talking to Dax directly about everything. She suggested that he and his partner consider backing out of the house deal and looking for somewhere cheaper. She reassured him that no one would think any less of him for doing so. As for the Christmas situation, we've decided to cancel the gift swaps with the original group that wanted to do the white elephant exchange. I'm planning to save the gifts I had for them and give them out on their birthdays instead. I've also made a big decision to step back from my family for a while and focus on moving forward with my plans to relocate my job to Zurich. I care about Dax and always will, but I need to start being less selfless and more selfish about my own life. Dax is smart. He'll figure things out. I'll be there to support him emotionally and morally, but I've decided I can't support him financially anymore. Thanks to everyone who's followed along and offered advice. I've made another big decision to check myself into therapy to address the depression and mental health struggles I've been ignoring for years. It's time to stop pushing that aside and finally deal with it. Story 16. Wibta if I don't tell my wife that her best friend tried to kiss me. Original post, December 6, 2024. I have been married to my wife for 2 years. She and her best friend has been friends for more than 15 years. Way before I met my wife or her, and TBH, I never saw or noticed ever that my wife's friend has something for me. Her friend and I have been alone quite often, and not once did she try to make a move. It has always been platonic. Her friend, I will call her Lynn, for obvious reasons. Lynn and I have been close. Not that close, but close enough to consider each other as friends, and I didn't have a problem with it, neither did my wife. Lynn visits us almost every week or twice a month, give or take. My wife doesn't drink, but I do, and Lynn does. So whenever she visits us, we both drink and spend time together. Sometimes she brings her boyfriend, sometimes she comes alone. But 2 days ago, Lynn showed up at our home drunk. She was so drunk she couldn't even walk properly. I still am surprised how she drove herself to our place. I asked her to come inside and she was crying so damn much I thought something bad happened to her. I tried to comfort her, but she just hugged me and kept saying that she wished she could find a man like me, and all of her boyfriends dumped her and kept talking gibberish. I just stood still and let her vent. But suddenly she started kissing me, and I was shocked for a moment, but I shook her off of me and asked her what that was about. She said she was sorry, and I asked her to stay away. She kept crying and apologizing, but I asked her to stay away. After a lot of talking and her venting, I knew I can't let her drive, so I dropped her off, and when my wife got back, she asked me, "Why's Lynn's car here?" I told her everything except kissing part. Since then, Lynn has been texting me a lot and giving me a lot of explanation and begging me to not to tell my wife, and she will not repeat the same mistake, and she genuinely thinks it was a mistake. Or so I think. She keeps saying that if I do tell my wife, she will lose her best friend. I haven't replied to her yet, and I didn't tell my wife either. But I am kind of scared right now. On one hand, I don't want my wife to lose her best if she really has made a genuine drunken mistake, 'cause she was really fucking drunk. But on the other hand, I shouldn't be hiding stuff from my wife, and if it ever comes out, my wife will probably stop trusting me. I am kind of stuck here. I know she will be hurt, but should I hurt her? It's no affair or sleeping if she was under the influence, and if we can bury it all up and move, and me and Elle stay away from each other going forward. ATA has no consensus bot. OP received the majority of YTAs and few others. Relevant? Top comments. Commenter 1. ETA. You should have told your wife everything. OP. Yes, I agree, and I still want to. I feel bad. It's like I am cheating or something. That's the way I have been feeling. But I was thinking if Lynn has genuinely made a mistake, then I shouldn't break her and my wife's friendship as long as we stay away from each other going forward. I know my wife wouldn't take it well. She would be devastated if she found out. She trusts both of us, and I want to spare her the suffering if I can. Which is why I withheld. This is so confusing, TBH. I shouldn't have let Lynn inside. Just dropped her off to her place and called it a day. Commenter 2. NTA. But you have got to tell your wife. Otherwise, you won't ever be safe again alone in a room with Lynn. If you let this slide, she will only get bolder. Whether your wife doubts your story or accepts it, everything is better than living the rest of your life in fear of being assaulted again, and then be seen as the wrongdoer. OOP. I will never ever share a room alone with Lynn. I will keep my distance from her and minimal contact. But the only thing I am concerned about right now is how my wife will react. Commenter 3. It's hilarious you think your wife won't already be pissed that you kept it from her for a week. Keeping secrets about who kisses you from your partner isn't a good idea. Commenter 4. YTA. You are not making your wife lose her best friend. You are simply giving your wife the necessary information she needs to make a choice she is entitled to make. Your wife is perfectly capable to weigh all the excuses you are making up for her friend. She was drunk, she apologized, she was lonely, herself, and can choose to forgive her friend if she wants. She doesn't need you to take that choice away from her. Also, save a copy of all her friend's messages right now so she can't spin it as you instigating the kiss. Update, December 11th, 2024, 5 days later. I decided to tell my wife everything. I thought about it a lot and decided that I should tell her everything instead of hiding it. TLDR. My wife's best friend showed up at my place. She was very drunk. I helped her, but she was so drunk she kissed me. But she couldn't even walk properly, so I dropped her off. I told my wife everything except that her friend kissed me. So after a lot of thinking and finding a way to get past all this, I decided to tell my wife when I told my wife everything. She was pissed, angry like never before. She asked me why did I hide it from her, why I didn't tell her. I said I was scared. I hoped that I could hide it all, and I didn't want you to lose your lifelong friend over a mistake. But then I realized that if I continued to hide the truth from you, I might end up losing you, and I don't want to lose you. My wife asked me if I ever cheated on her. I said I never cheated and never will. She started crying and said, how can I betray her when she trusted me so much? I hugged her and said I never betrayed her and will never betray her. I am coming clean because I don't want to lose you. I was as shocked as you are right now when she kissed me. My wife, after she stopped crying, said that I am not allowed to talk to any of her friends, and I am to stay away from other women except our family members. My wife also asked me to block Lynn. When I asked her what she will do, she said it's between her and Lynn, and I don't have to worry about it. She demanded open phone policy and complete transparency from me. I agreed. She said if I ever try to hide anything from her, no matter what it is, she will leave me. I agreed, because I don't ever want to hide anything from her. I don't know what happened, and what both of them talked about, and my wife wouldn't tell me either. All she says is, none of my business. She's still super pissed at me, and I try my best to make her happy, and ended up doing embarrassing private stuff for her, which I never was, and still uncomfortable to do so. But at least my wife is happy. I do not know what else I could have done, but I tried my best and gave it all. I came clean, told her everything, did everything she asked from me, and tried my best to please her. She's still angry, but at least she is with me and isn't leaving me unless I make another stupid-ass mistake. Relevant. Comment? Commenter 1. Why is she pissed at you? You literally didn't do anything from what you've written here. I think it's time for couples counseling to address why she's blaming you for her friend's betrayal. OP. Probably because I didn't tell her the truth and tried to hide it from her, I don't blame her. Commenter 2. What does kiss mean in this context? A quick peck on your cheeks or a long kiss on the lips with more involved? Crucial info regarding why she's mad at you. OOP. She was drunk and kissed me on lips until I pushed her away from me. I dropped her off to her because I couldn't let her drive when she couldn't even walk properly. Commenter 2. That doesn't really explain the expectation that you have no contact with women outside the family. She's taking this a bit too far in trying to address the bad behavior of others by controlling you. OP. Yeah, I know she's taking it too far, but can I blame her? She's obviously hurt because she trusted me and her friend to the point she was comfortable with us both spending time together even when we are alone. At best, I can do right now is agree to her demand until my wife calms down. I tried to hide it from my wife, but I was scared that it might blow up in my face. And now that I came clean, it still blew up in my face, so best I can do is let her calm down. And until then, I do what she asks. Way better than losing my wife for something I didn't even do. Story 17. Luke the electrician checking in after 21 years. December 10th, 2024. Hello, Luke the electrician here. I would have responded sooner, but I was off traveling to NYC to see a musical, Book of Mormon, and go to the 2024 nanny ball with my babe of a wife. I'm glad so many of you enjoy the little note I left behind a couple decades ago as an optimistic 25-year-old about to start making real money after getting my 01 journeyman license. It was not customary for me to leave notes on jobs, but sometimes a little drawing or an encouraging note to the next person in a crawl or confined space, never an FU, it could be difficult enough navigating spaces many people can't fit into. I loved finding hidden notes from previous generations, especially while working at the old Rainier Brewery when it was sold, and then occupied by Tully's Coffee. Penciled notes from the 30S, brushstroke autographs in the old paint shop upstairs, or dirty limericks carved into solid wood walls from the 50s. I certainly thought it would be more than 20 years before someone found a note I left on the back of a junction box cover. But internet stuff would develop and happen, and I'd be answering for it to lovers of harmless mysteries, and tradespeople in the PNW who wonder if we've crossed paths. Being a blue-collar electrician, I was jealous of the new people and international travel some of my college-bound friends had experienced. Within 18 months of writing this note on metal, I took off for hitchhiking in Ireland, buying Electroclash records in Berlin, getting hit on Boy George in London, and to leave my work a nighttime voicemail letting them know that 6 weeks traveling wasn't enough, and then I'd be back home in a couple more, and if they didn't like it, oh well. That trip I met and befriended guys in the London area band Armitage Shanks, and a couple years later was asked, despite not knowing how at the time, to play guitar on their upcoming U.S. tour. So I learned how. World travel became U.S. travel with my pal Stacy and garage punk whatever band Pony Time. My Seattle musical career perhaps peaked with the infamous Stallion Show with brutal attack on me at the Rock and Wrestling Rager in 2017, which sent me to the hospital, and the band broke up before we could finish our record deal. For those wondering, it was not Sub Pop, they were too small. Only a few rare copies of the double cast single are out there. Don't even look to buy one unless you have real folding money. I travel now still, but not as hard as I did before. I don't hitchhike to Canada anymore or sleep outside if I don't have a place to stay. I guess I travel less dangerously. These days, I probably would get all the suggested shots and anti-malaria stuff before going back to India again, instead of just saying forget about it like I did in my 20s. The part of traveling I used to do more was the show up and figure it out, maybe without a place to stay, no map, and take it from there. That kind of travel is almost obsolete, what with computers and phones, but it was exciting and thrilling at times being chased by muggers outside Battersea, or stopping a break-in at a hostel, getting free classical music performances at churches in the day and clubbing at night in Europe. In 2002, I also set a little time project in motion, inspired by the band Negativland. They had made albums as part of their high school senior project, all with handmade covers, and 20 years later is was worth money. So I made a record with a 4-track tape, not knowing how to play any instruments, and released it by mailing 5 copies to select dance record stores around the country and a few around town. I sold exactly 1 copy at the time of its release and never collected any consignment. Tube alloy, the detection of subatomic particles started to get interest from underground dance and lofi people, and 12 years after its release, I was shipping cases of the record to Canada and Germany for distribution. I'm rambling here, but I just wanted to share some details of what I was cooking with at the time, where travel led me, what it brought me, and the trajectory it set me on. It's not been easy, but it's led to a more fulfilling life, better understanding, and a way to connect with people when I may have so many other difficulties connecting. It's also easier when you're younger. At 26, I was way more willing to sleep on the floor under a dining table because that was the only spot available. For by IBW Brothers? Hello, I'm no longer a member. I've given up construction in 2022. I was in Local 76 last, but started in 46 before getting booted out in my second year, which is why you may not find me on a list there. In my second year, I had drawn some cartoons of my foreman, which I thought was somewhat justified considering he used some racialist and homophobic language. The cartoons were so funny and rude that some management got a hold of them, and they got faxed around the company's job sites all over Washington, and yeah, that kind of thing will get you fired and banned from some certain Seattle area apprenticeships around 1999 2000ths before they made foremen take mandatory classes on how to not call people redacted. I hope it's been a mildly interesting read for you. It's been fun for me dipping down the road of rocky memories and thinking back on my rush to see some of the world before it was all cataloged and digitized by someone else. I still want to travel to former Eastern Bloc countries and see some of the brutalist and modern USSR architecture before it disappears or becomes inaccessible. I miss a lot of my Seattle friends, but maybe I'll see you around when I'm not living in the hills of North Carolina. OP comments. The tired brushwag. Did you carry a fridge when you were hitchhiking around Ireland? OP. A friend lent me that book a few months before I went, and I ended up taking 2 banjos because of it. It seemed easy enough, and for the most part it was. I intended to seek seclusion at the northern tip of Ireland, and got bored after a couple weeks. It was cold on the farmhouse with a coal fireplace for heat. I flew to Germany. I'd buy those Ryanair €1 flight in advance of where I may have ended up just in case and missed all but a couple. The rest of Europe is not easy to get around with banjos. They don't care like Irish tended to. Specialist stress 310. As much as I want to believe everything in here, OP's username does not check out. Also, the profile of OP doesn't seem authentic. Even if it is an alt account or a throwaway created specifically for replying here, the username seems a bit suspect to me. Coupled with the fact that it is an excruciatingly long post and handle is True Programmer, given this subreddit, I believe that it is an LLM which was let to hallucinate hard. OP, please confirm. OP. It's auto-generated by Reddit. I'm not a programmer by any means. Story 18. My husband doesn't know that I know what he's up to. Original post. February 26, 2024. My 33F husband, 34M, and I had our first baby back in June of last year. My husband's aunt gifted our son a lovely chunky knitted blanket. The blanket is so soft, and I have made multiple comments about how I would like to find a full-size blanket just like it because it is so cozy and I'm kind of jealous of my baby. Well, this past weekend my husband snuck off to the store. He refused to tell me where he was going and why, but I later found a plastic bag with the logo of a local crafting store. That evening, DH stated that he would like to have an hour of alone time every night after our son goes to sleep. He stressed that he would not like to be disturbed, but if I needed him, then I could text him. I agreed to this because we are both adjusting to have very little me time since the birth of our son. Last night, during his alone time, our son started crying. I checked the baby monitor and saw that he had simply lost his pacifier and was going back to sleep. However, the baby monitor also shows part of our son's room, not just his crib. In the corner of his room, I saw my husband sitting on the floor with a bunch of chunky yarn in front of him. I turned the volume up and heard that he was watching a YouTube video on how to finger knit. This sweet man is making me a blanket. He absolutely loves surprising me, but is terrible at keeping secrets. I just know that he is going to slip up and accidentally mention something about the blanket at some point. I plan on acting clueless so that I will still be surprised when he gives it to me. I just love him so much, and I'm so delighted that he's learning a new skill so I can have a custom blanket. Relevant comment. Deleted commenter OMG, the title makes this sound like it could have been something else. But it's so cute. Also, why do men seem to always forget about the baby monitor? Fuzzy propagation. Because he isn't being deceptive. If anything, he has allowed her to know that he isn't up to anything by being in the view of the baby monitor. He's being very transparent about this surprise gift, and I love this for OP. It is something I will steal and do for my partner when we have kids. OP. So he just came home from work and mentioned his alone time again. To keep up the facade, I asked him what he would be doing during that time, and he said, just working on some stuff. Since he's so terrible at keeping surprises, he always tells me, I have something planned, but I can't tell you what it is. And then we do this back and forth where I ask about it and he refuses to tell me. So for the sake of his surprise to me, I will keep occasionally asking him what he's up to during his alone time. Psychological Wall 68. Thank you for this lovely post and sweet story that is restoring some of my faith in marriage and humanity today. Please, please, please don't let me come back in several weeks to an update that he used the blanket to pay off of a gambling debt, gave it to his best friend's ex for her birthday, or made it into a furry suit for himself. Reddit has been absolutely unhinged the past few months. If he managed to knit himself a furry suit, I wouldn't even be mad. I'd be wildly impressed that he had such talent. Echoing in the void. What a sweet, lovely partner. Mine can't keep a secret either, and I love giving the validation of surprise and enthusiasm when they present the final piece to me. Just wonderful. OP? If you asked my husband, he'd tell you he's very good at surprising me. But little does he know he's actually very obvious whenever he's planning something. I'm rarely surprised, but I always act like I am. Update. March 13th, 2024. Brief backstory. I posted recently about how I checked the baby monitor while my son was sleeping and saw my husband sitting on the floor of my son's room finger knitting a blanket for me after I made a comment on how I wanted a chunky blanket. My sweet husband broke. He kept on mentioning that he was working on a surprise for me, I would occasionally ask what this mysterious project was, and he would get a cheeky smile and say, "I can't tell you." That eventually evolved into him repeatedly telling me that keeping the surprise was really hard, and he wanted to just tell me. I kept saying, "No, you've kept it a surprise for this long, you can keep going." But one day after dinner, he decided he couldn't keep it in anymore. He showed it to me. It was only about 1/4 done, but it was lovely. The yarn was really soft and was my favorite color. I could tell he had taken his time because of the consistency of all the loops. Even unfinished, it was perfect. He told me that he kept moving it around to different hiding spots, but since our house is very small, it was only a matter of time before I accidentally found it. He said he had run out of yarn and asked if I wanted to pick out another color to add to it. I said yes, and we made a little date out of it. We grabbed lunch and then walked around the craft store before I picked out a complementary color to the one he chose. He hasn't had much time to work on it the last few days, but he assured me it will be finished by my birthday. I'll post a picture of the blanket when it's finished. For now, I am wildly impressed with how long he kept it a secret, and I'm so excited to have my first ever handmade blanket. Top comments. Disastrous_offer 2,270. OMG, I was ready for another unhappy story, but this is the sweetest thing I've read on this sub. What a sweet, sweet man. Tiger in the Lily. As a crocheter, if he does not finish before your birthday, whether that is next week or in 5 months, tell him that's totally normal. It's like a rite of crochet passage that gifts are not delivered on or before the intended event. We also need photos. Photos. Story 19. Mother-in-law 56F deliberately infected my 27F daughter 1F with chickenpox. I'm livid. She doesn't think it's a big deal. Original post December 29th, 2015. I can hardly type this out because thinking about it makes me so angry. Earlier this year, my husband, 31M, and I decided to spend Christmas with his family for the first time since my daughter was born last September. Since they live 12 hours away, we decided to stay for a few weeks before Christmas so they could spend loads of time with Annie, 13 months. We arrived early like we planned, and everything was great. I've had a few disagreements with my mother-in-law, Trish, 56F, in the past over my parenting style. She criticized me for using disposable diapers, buying baby food from the supermarket, and not raising Annie as an organic baby, but everything seemed great. After a day or two settling in my husband, and I decided to pick up a few gifts from a mall around an hour away before the last-minute rush kicked in. My father-in-law, 60M, tagged along. Trish said she was happy to take care of Annie. We got back a few hours later, and Annie was down for a nap on a blanket I didn't recognize. Trish said one of her friends dropped by and gave it as an early Christmas gift. It looked pretty old-worn, but I figured one of her hippie friends was just recycling it. The next 2 weeks were fine, aside from Trish making a point to prepare meals for Annie from scratch. I mentioned this to my husband, and he said to just let her be. Annie mostly mushed the food Trish gave her with her hands, threw the bowls on the floor, as she's been doing at the moment. Trish said it would take her a while to get used to nutritious meals. I was getting sick of her meddling, but it was only for a few weeks, so for the sake of the holidays, I let it slide. The day after Christmas, Annie was really unsettled and wouldn't stop fidgeting and crying. I took her temperature and she had a fever, so I kept an eye on her for the next few days and it thankfully started to go down. This morning, she started to get a rash and blisters on her arms and legs and I freaked out. I was packing a bag to drive to see a doctor when Trish asked where I was going. I told her Annie had a rash and I was taking her to see a doctor. She got a weird, smug smile on her face and told me there was nothing to worry about. When I asked her what she was talking about, she said without even looking at Annie that what she had was just chickenpox. I asked her how she could possibly know that, and she casually admitted one of her friend's grandkids had chickenpox a few weeks ago, so she asked them to wipe a blanket over the child's arms, legs, and face and bring it to her house. At this point, I couldn't believe what I was hearing, so I asked if that blanket was the gift Annie was sleeping on. She said it was. I lost my shit. To be honest, I don't really remember what I said because I was up most of the night for 2 days checking on Annie. I just unleashed on Trish asking what the fuck was wrong with her. My husband and father-in-law came to try to calm things down, and Trish dug in her heels and said chickenpox was the best and most natural thing for Annie to build up her immunity. I already have a vaccination schedule in place with my pediatrician, and she was booked in to get immunized for chickenpox at 18 months. We drove to see the doctor, and he confirmed she had it. He said I'll have to cut Annie's nails short and might have to tape socks on her hands while she sleeps because kids so young can scratch until they bleed, and that will leave scars. On the drive back, my husband started making excuses for Trish, that she was only doing what she thought was best. I couldn't believe he was defending her, and we fought most of the way home until I told him to stop talking to me. Annie's been scratching like crazy, and I just had to tape socks over her hands. Trish tried to talk to me when we got back, and I told her to get out of my sight. We were meant to stay until Wednesday, but I just finished packing up our stuff so we can leave first thing in the morning. I'm so angry I can't even think. Whenever I hear Trish moving around in the kitchen, my heart starts beating faster, and I feel like going out there and grabbing her by the hair. I don't ever want to see her again or let my daughter see her again. What can I say to make her and my husband realize the enormity of what she's done? I don't think I can speak coherently to their faces until Annie gets better. TL Dodge. Mother-in-law deliberately infected my daughter with chickenpox. I'm so angry I feel like physically harming her. I need advice on what to say to make her realize what she's done. Relevant comment. When asked why her daughter wasn't vaccinated for chickenpox, she's up to date on her vaccination schedule. She was vaccinated for measles a month ago and booked in to get the chickenpox vaccine at 18 months old, as normal. Top comments. Fruit punching. If someone did this to my child, deliberately infecting them with a disease without discussing it with me, with the malicious intent of undermining my parenting to teach me a lesson, they'd never see my child for extended periods or unsupervised again. Deleted. Your husband better step up and act like a father and stop acting like a son. Update February 2nd, 2016. Thank you to everyone for your comments, inbox messages, and advice after my original post. I read all the comments and messages, and they genuinely helped, especially the home remedies on how to stop itching. Since my first post was locked and deleted, I hope it's okay to briefly summarize here. Over the holidays, my mother-in-law, Trish, 56F, deliberately infected my daughter, Annie, 1F, with chickenpox by wrapping her in an infected blanket while she was left alone with her for several hours. Trish didn't tell anyone what she had done until Annie came down with a horrible fever and rash. Annie was booked in for her chickenpox vaccination at 18 months, but Trish thought what she did is 100% normal, despite the fact it's caused Annie significant pain and distress, and now scarring to her face and arms. When I found out what she did, I was livid, and had a shouting match with her and packed up our things to leave the very next morning. It soon came out my husband Jack didn't think Trish had done anything wrong. On to the update. I didn't think it would be possible, but things got worse. I got up first thing the next morning and started packing our stuff into the car. Once I opened it up, I kept the keys in my pocket since I was going in and out. Usually we use Jack's set and leave mine in my bag. While I was packing, he sat in the kitchen with Trish and my father-in-law, 60M, and chatted and had coffee like nothing was wrong. Annie was mercifully still asleep, so I'd just gently belted her in and closed her door when Jack came out and asked if I had everything. I said we were good to go as soon as he was. He said okay, and calmly took out his key set and centrally locked the car, locking Annie in. I asked him what the hell he was doing, and he said we wouldn't be leaving until I apologized to Trish. I think I was stunned into silence because he then took the chance to rehash what he said the previous day, that Trish thought she was doing what was best, that chickenpox doesn't kill you, and that I was making a bigger deal out of this than I needed to, and making Trish feel bad, yes, making her feel bad, All the comments from my last post were swirling around in my head, and I told him he needs to stop being a son and start being a father. He screwed up his face and said he would always be Trish's son, and that was the point. That nobody should speak to his mother the way I had the day before, and I needed to apologize to clear the air. I felt like I had entered some kind of weird twilight zone where I had accidentally married a 9-year-old instead of an adult man, so I just asked him to open the car so we could leave. He repeatedly refused, then walked back inside and said he would see me in there when I was acting more reasonable. You can probably guess what happened next. I'd left my bag on the passenger seat, so he probably assumed my keys were in there. Nope. I waited 30 seconds, then just hopped into the car and drove away. My phone blew up with a million calls from him, Trish, and my father-in-law. Eventually, my mom and dad and my sister Jess, who I'm super close with, called as well. I'd briefly texted Jess about what was happening the day before, but she was stunned to get the full blow-by-blow. By the time I was on the open road, I asked her to phone Jack and tell him he could walk home for all I care. Once she heard my side of the story, and not Jack's, which was apparently that I had gone crazy, frightened Trish, snatched Annie, and sped away, she calmed way down. Mom, Dad, and Jess offered to start driving and meet me halfway so I could switch with one of them and wouldn't have to drive the full 12 hours by myself in one day. I was so grateful to see them, I pretty much broke down in a truck stop parking lot while I blubbered that I loved them. They all took turns driving while I had a rest. It was super reassuring to talk it over and hear that Trish and Jack are the unreasonable ones. Once we got back, I stayed at my parents' overnight, and they said I could stay as long as I needed. The next few days were fairly tense. I was up most of the night making sure Annie didn't scratch, which she did anyway somehow, and it seemed like she just cried and cried and cried until she was exhausted. She has 5 scars on her face and a few others on her arms from scratching. I know appearances shouldn't matter, but I'm so angry her skin is marked for life now over some stupid bullshit. This whole thing is just something I never expected to happen. I answered one of Jack's calls only to have him start a rant that he didn't recognize this person I had become. So I hung up on him. He was due to come back for the start of the work year, which I wasn't looking forward to, but I figured we could make it work as long as Trish was 12 hours away. Then, at like 11 p.m. one night, I got a very short and formal text from father-in-law via Jack's phone, saying Trish had come down with shingles and was in the emergency room, that Jack was staying there to care for her, and that he would work from their house remotely once the year started back up. Jack's been there for the past few weeks tending to Mama's every whim. I'm sure she's put on an Oscar-worthy performance of having one foot in the grave. And according to Google, it should be any day now that her painful, crusty pustules go gently into that sweet night. A few weeks ago, I was honestly so tired and overwhelmed and in disbelief that I didn't know what to do. Now I'm back at home with people who actually care about me. I think I'm starting to realize how lucky I am to see the weird relationship with his mommy this early on. The fact that he cares more about Trish than his own daughter speaks volumes. When he eventually comes back, I think we'll have to have a serious talk about our future together. Daughter. Mother-in-law infects my 1-year-old with chicken pox on purpose. Husband supports his mommy. He tries to force me to apologize to her by locking our daughter in the car, but I peace out with a spare set of keys. Husband has barely spoken to me in the weeks since. Mother-in-law came down with shingles, so he's staying with her to nurse her back to health. I don't think any amount of TLC can do the same for our relationship now I've seen the real him. Whew. Top comments. Tina Pesto. He locked your daughter in the car, holy shit, and assumed you wouldn't be able to get her out. I mean, that was why he locked her in, to threaten you. Holy shit. Good on you for dipping out of there after that. Whatever happens with your marriage moving forward, you seem to have your parenting priorities straight. Good luck. And I hope Annie feels better soon. Bugs doing things? Yeah, this. He locked a sick baby in the car. Kudos to OP for handling that with a cool head, because I would have lost my shit. Demonix. That is fucking terrifying behavior out of him. That poor baby is going to grow up with that as a father. Skullbearer. You only get shingles if you've had chickenpox. The new vaccine prevents it. Rather ironic. I'd get divorce papers served before Mummy Dearest decides your daughter should become a breatharian or join Scientology. Story 20. BF31M woke me, 34F up at 2 a.m. to make him dinner. I made him leave instead. Original post, Monday, July 1st, 2024. I am seriously never dating again. No advice needed, just want to vent. Throwaway for the usual reasons. So I became official with this guy a couple months ago. He was sweet, kind, funny, gorgeous, the usual stuff. Everything was fine. We'd stay at each other's places, have date nights, general relationship stuff. In short, no red flags. A couple beige ones here and there, but everyone has those. Then came the other night. He's currently having to pick up the slack at his job due to multiple people quitting. We decided to spend the weekend at my place, as his roommates can be quite loud, and he needed to concentrate on fixing a system at his job so he can remotely work. Friday is fine. We stay in between his working. We do the usual couple stuff. Saturday comes and something has gone wrong and the stress is doubled, so he isn't eating anything I make, which is fine. I simply remind him there are leftovers in the fridge. By 11 p.m. he's still working, so I head to bed. I am then startled awake by him at 2 a.m. shaking me, telling me he's hungry now. Confused, I remind him about the leftovers and turn over to go back to sleep, but he gets grumpy and tells me I need to make him something fresh now. I'm honestly completely confused and so sleepy while he rattles on about coconut shrimp or something. Still half asleep, I just stare at him as I try to work out what the fuck is happening. I'm guessing my silence pissed him off as he started having a go at me for not doing my duty as his girlfriend. That woke me up fully, and I told him to get out of my house. His attitude changed then, and he was apologizing. But I just repeated myself, and eventually he left the room. I followed him, picked up his stuff, put it into a bag, and once again told him to get out. He looked like a deer in headlights. He kept trying to say sorry and hug me, and it was only when I threw his car keys into his arms that he realized I was serious and left. This was Sunday morning. It's now Monday night, and I still refuse to speak to him. He's tried calling and texting, but I'm honestly just annoyed and dumbfounded. I know I'll have to speak to him at some point, but I don't want to. He's an idiot. If when I do speak to him, I'll update. For now, I'm going to bed. Update, same post. July 2nd, 2024, next day. Update. Holy sweet Jeebus, that's a lot of notifications. Thank you for your overwhelming support. Glad to know I'm not the only one who thinks this is stupid. Also to the ones who said I should have just done it or agreed with the man-child, thank you, I needed a laugh today. On to the update. He came into my job to talk and explained that his friends saw a video of a woman being woken up to cook for her man, and they decided to test it out on their partners as a loyalty test. So my initial judgment of him being an idiot was correct. He was surprised when I broke up with him, but he was calm and accepting, albeit sad. Either way, that's over with. To answer a few concerns, nope, no drugs, just bad judgment. No mental health concerns. Yes, he's stressed, but it's surface stress that'll be fine once his work hires some new people, I'm sure. Honestly, not my concern anymore. Someone mentioned unconditional love? The relationship was less than 3 months. Chill out. Seriously, though, thank you for even taking the time to read my sleepy ramblings. I'm going to buy myself a nice bottle of wine once I've finished work as a thank you to myself for not settling. Until next time. Story 21. I, 25F, discovered my BF, 28M of 3 years, is cheating. Tonight is the biggest night of his life. Help me. Original post June 8, 2015. I won't go into all the gory details of our relationship. We were in love, and well, I still love him, but I found out. Clearly, he does not. I discovered proof that he has been cheating on me for a while, in the form of small home movies of them. I don't know the girl, and from the looks of their conversations, yep, went ahead and post-discovery snooped, she has no idea I exist. Tonight is the biggest night of my BF's life. He's receiving a state award at a big dinner with a few hundred people attending, from his mom and dad to councilmen and all of that. In fact, the only reason I discovered this transgression is because I have been putting together a little video for him to enjoy of some of the key moments of his life. You know, typical sappy shit. I'm burdened with a lot of power right now, and I don't know if I have it in me to do the right thing, or if I even know the right thing. I'm blinded with tears of rage and sadness and betrayal, but at the same time, I love him, have loved him, and do I really want to do this? The relationship is over, no doubt about it. I am not a woman who will take her man cheating on her, certainly not. That's not the issue. The issue is there are cutesy selfies of the two of them, a lot of them only shared between the two of them. Nothing lewd, there's plenty of that on camera though. Do I sneak one in the snap reel as a way of letting him know that I know? Or do I simply confront him after his moment in the sun passes? I'm not going to pick up everything and leave without cutting contact. That's not my style, and it wouldn't make me feel good, just very sad. Do I do the bitchy thing for once in my life? To anyone looking at the snap reel, it would just look like a picture of him and a friend. But to him, and to me, it would be a private message, an outing. Help me, Reddit, I don't know what to do this time. Al Dodder. Found out BF was cheating on me, and have the power to let him know via slipping a photo of the two of them into the snap reel showing tonight. Should I do it, or gracefully exit his life? Relevant comment? Beep beep. Nah, you know what? If there's really nothing that anyone would pick up on other than the two of you, you slip that photo into the slideshow. Make eye contact with him when the photo appears on screen. Then, when it's over, you stand up and walk out. It ain't the high road, but nobody needs to walk the high road all the time. Oopie. I chuckled. I think the only reason I would do this is to make eye contact with him so that he knows I know. But I'm not sure I have the guts to do that. I'm not exactly Olivia Pope. Update July 22, 2015, 6 weeks later. Original TLDR. Found out BF was cheating on me, and have the power to let him know via slipping a photo of the two of them into the snap reel showing tonight. Should I do it or gracefully exit his life? Well, it's been a month and a half since this all went down. I have gotten so many requests for an update, and I never intended to actually give one, honestly, because I was afraid of the fallout depending on what I ended up doing. So, what did I do? I did the immature, vengeful thing, and I don't regret it. I took a few photos of the two of them. Tasteful photos that gave off no indication other than she might be a childhood friend. I slipped them into the snap reel, and I spoke kindly of him at the podium. Then after my turn was finished, I walked out. I drove home feeling calm and in control. 20 minutes later, the texts started. Where did I go? What did I know? Where did I find the photos? Was there more in store for him? I texted him, I know you've been fucking her, but there are no more photos. There weren't any, and of course I left it at that. He didn't come home that night. Or the next. The next day, he called me to ask me if we could meet and talk at a public location. I agreed to meet him at Starbucks. I arrived early, waited for him. He showed up a few minutes late and took the seat across from me. He started right off with the excuses how it just happened, and he regrets it fully. She doesn't mean anything to him, and that she looked like a girl he had a crush on in high school, and he was powerless against his teenage self. I didn't interrupt him, just let him have his time. When he was done and looking at me for a sign of what might happen next, all I could say was, So where did you stay the past few nights? Her house. And what did you do? He wouldn't answer. There hadn't been any doubt in my mind. Really. I knew I was leaving him. He talked over himself, apologizing, begging for forgiveness, saying he'd change. I told him that I didn't want him to have to change himself. That if who he was, naturally, was someone who cheated on his girlfriend, then that's not someone I wanted to be with. He said that he was thinking of proposing to me, and all I could say after that was, good thing I found out before. Fast forward to a few weeks later. He's moved out and I am doing well. We have cut off contact. People ask me about him all the time and I just let them know he left me for a girl who looked like his high school crush. So that's the end. We are broken up. We are never, ever, ever getting back together. I don't feel any regret for how I handled it. Like one commenter said, there's no need to take the high road all the time. Al-Dodder. I added the photos to the snap reel. He saw them. We broke up and are never getting back together. I don't regret my choice, only that I wasted 3 years with an overgrown child.